Hello, and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. I'm Tommy Cotton. With me, as always, Dan Barrion, Addy Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Milan. We are here to play some Manifest. We had a little bit of a technical hiccup there. That's why we're starting a little bit late. You may have seen us go live a couple times. OBS required an update, and if we told it to remind us later, it punished us by making our stream lose half of its frames. So it was an important update, everyone.
It was a good half too.
Yeah, if you need to update your OBS, do it, because it will be mean to you. I see Carnaxis has found the Saint Squantric emote that we have available to subs. Congratulations. Our new holiday squonk. It's so cute.
Oh my god, it's adorable.
At that scale, it does a little bit look like we are framed by two clowns.
I mean, in a way.
people are always after his squonky charms.
What's hilarious is leprechauns are in Manifest. Leprechauns are in Manifest. But we have a St. Patrick's Day squonk.
You don't want an emote of a leprechaun.
God, no.
Okay.
Bad to look at. Bad to experience.
They'll eat your stuff. Okay. So we obviously are here to play some actual play. We're going to jump into that as soon as these wonderful people talk to you about some important stuff. So I'm going to throw all the attention over to that way, and they're going to talk about things, and then the attention can come back to me. So you guys talk about stuff. Do stuff.
I acquire the attention. Y'all remember that bit?
I do. That was a good bit.
So I'm here to talk about our monthly charity this month. With the Russian invasion of Ukraine, many of the shelters available for Ukrainians are not accessible to the 2.7 million disabled Ukrainians. And for those disabled citizens living in institutions, there are no other safe facilities for them to go to. Fight for Right Ukraine is currently staffing a hotline to help Ukrainians needing medicine, as well as accessible options to help them get to safety, as well as provide aid and protective services on the ground to those that need it most. They currently have an active GoFundMe, and we ask that if you're looking for a way to aid those under attack in Ukraine, you consider donating to those who have no other way to help themselves. It's a really good cause, extremely timely and important. If you have the opportunity to give literally anything that helps them, it helps. The end.
And now me. And now I go. Hi, everybody. It is Tuesday. It is around about 8 o'clock Central, and that means we're here, and you're here too. Thank y'all so much for joining us. We always appreciate y'all rocking with us. If you have trouble remembering times and days, if your personal OBS needs an update, God, today mine sure could. We're right there with you. And there's another person who's right there with you too, and his name is Jeff Bezos, and he's provided you some buttons on the Twitch platform to help you out. The heart and the bell button let you follow and get notifications from this stream. I don't like Jeff Bezos. I need to go back and confirm that.
You were feeling a little bit like you were too cozy there.
Yeah, I felt a little buddy with him, and let me be clear, Jeff Bezos, he's no buddy of mine. Never even met the man. But there's another button under me, this big purple button, where you can subscribe to the stream, you can give subscriptions, you can also donate bits and all sorts of stuff, and all that support goes back to supporting the stream, into making our equipment better, into getting on guest stars, making the show even better and more fun to watch. We appreciate all y'all's support. Please follow us on our socials. If you don't, a lot of cool stuff going on there. Follow Laura Dern on her Instagram. The other day she posted something that was very cool. I believe Jurassic Park related, if memory serves. Just follow what Laura Dern's up to, and us and Laura Dern, and that's all. Delete your Instagram, start a new Instagram, us and Laura Dern. And that's it. Also, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch subscription. My not friend Jeff Bezos will lick your $5 and put it in his pocket unless you give it to somebody, but more specifically us. We really appreciate y'all's support. Thank y'all so much. We love you. We love St. Patrick's Squonk. And we, again, don't like Jeff Bezos. And now Now I'm going to toss it over to my good friend, Addie Gia.
I'm going to intercept for a second. The link to the GoFundMe is actually in the chat now. As part of the OBS update, apparently every single thing that I can interact with required me to re-log in again, so I couldn't get it out there in time. The link is there now, as per what Dan was talking about. I couldn't get it to post until just now. Addie, take it away.
Tommy's about to post another link, which is the link to Waypoint Game Design's Patreon, which is patreon.com/Waypoint Game Designs. If you become a patron, not only do you get access to an exclusive channel in our already exclusive Discord, but you also get a monthly roundup / like blog. Basically, we write a whole bunch of stuff that then we release, sort of like Unearthed Arcana a little bit, but no playtest materials. And then more like Dragon Magazine, really. And also you get an adventure every month. This month is part 3 is coming out.
This month is indeed part 3 of Blood on the Bayou. Play it. There's so many Latish.
And also there's a third thing that you also get that I remember, but you have to sign up to find out about. It's one of the best ways to keep in touch with the peeps at Waypoint Game Designs. We see and respond to everything there, as well as in the special Discord channel. So if you can, and if the spirit moves you, head over to patreon.com/Waypoint Game Designs, and give us a little love over there. And now Tommy, as per usual, is about to lie to you.
I'll try to make this quick because we started so late. There's the little numbers up here in everyone's window. It's how much grit we have. Grit is this expendable resource in Manifest that allows us to manipulate our roles and make things that are important to us happen the way we want them to. I can spend grit to make things hard for them. They can spend grit to stop things from being hard for them. Sometimes they can spend grits to make things hard for me, but I have a lot more power than they do. You'll see they all have grit. 12 is the maximum they can have. I have no such maximum, though there is a limit to the reasonable amount of grit that I can spend in a session. Addie. I just looked over and saw Addie super zoom in.
I wish I could tell you why that happened.
Addie did an extreme close zoom, like she realized the sharks in the water on the beach.
I'm auditioning for Jim from The Office.
I was like, what? Okay. I'm supposed to be doing this quick. So anyways, you as viewers can spend your channel points, which we call viewer grit, in order to give grit to either myself, the GM, or one of the various players that are here. We're seeing some people utilize this button right now.
There's a shark.
That is just fine for grit now.
Y'all, I swear we've streamed over 100 episodes.
Throttle your camera, Addie. Okay, we have +1 grit to Eloise, +1 grit to Porter. I'm gonna go ahead and put those up there right now.
You have to just put us to the art.
You guys. All right, that's +1 grit to Eloise, +1 grit to Porter. Porter is maxed out on grit. You guys can use your channel points to do that. This has gotten completely off the rails and we haven't even gotten to the actual play. So let's get ready for the actual play. And hopefully when we come back from looking at very cool character art, Addie will be in one standard frame rate. Okay, we'll be right back.
when I see it.
All right, and we're back. So, previously on Manifest Actual Play, our drifters have been on a hell of a journey. We're on episode 48. Let's try and do a little recap here. They started investigating the misdeeds of Brimstone Garrison, a militia garrison that was known for questionable R&D, and they found out that the scientist at Brimstone was experimenting on illuminated people, turning them into these horrific monsters. They briefly joined forces with the FPC, kind of activist cell that turned out to be misled by a man named Leo Riggs, who had some supremacist ideals. Once our drifters found that out, they cut ties with the FPC and then went to work against Brimstone on their own. Two of them were captured, Eloise and Gus, while Dex and Porter were able to aid in their escape. They found out that the scientist that worked at Brimstone was none other than Owen Lemaire, a Everlight, an immortal being from 200 years ago, who was basically manipulating Brimstone and Leo Riggs and basically everyone to move forward with his dark deeds, to collect 2 artifacts known to the Legionnaires of Astoria, the Gunslinger Guild, so that he can get his hands on a weapon of unknowable power. So, all that happened, but these 4 drifters also were kind of caught up in the storm of that, and were basically everything bad that happened at Brimstone was going to be kind of put on them, and they have bounties on them. They're not allowed back in Fort Dearborn territory. They're wanted basically dead or alive. I mean, literally dead or alive, but like basically dead. And what they were able to do is they were able to hunt down Leo Riggs and defeat him and collect the evidence that he had that can exonerate them of these charges and clearly show that Brimstone Garrison and Colonel McGarrett, who is in charge of Brimstone Garrison, were in charge of all of the terrible things that happened and exactly what those terrible things were. Now, in order to do this, they did have to travel into the Heartwood Forest, into the Guild Hall of the Legionnaires of Astoria. They fought Leo Riggs, defeated him, collected the evidence, and then kind of analyzed it and assessed their situation and realized that if there is anything to be done against Owen Lemaire, it is not going to be done in any short order. It's going to require a significant amount of legwork just to get the people in the know all organized. And then on top of that, there's no knowing where he is, what he's going to do. It's going to require Owen Lemaire to make the first move, probably. Now, with all that out of the way, what has just occurred is you four have rested up, and you have gotten onto a couple of much sturdier canoes than you had before to sail out of this canyon down the flagstone to a village of the Caladombro tribe. The village named I'm looking at the wrong notes. That's why this is there we go. Mishnaki. So you are being escorted by one of the gunslingers. I believe it is. Is it Aaliyah? Aaliyah Bassinger? It's not Ken, right? Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, it was Bassinger.
Yeah. So Aaliyah Bassinger, one of the gunslingers of the Legionnaires of Astoria, is there with you, guiding you down. The river is much gentler as you are exiting this half of the canyon, going downstream, back towards larger tributaries that will reconnect to the Pilgrimage River, and eventually ultimately flow into Lake Jacobson. Now, the journey to the village is as uneventful as it can be. The waters are calmer. You're not dealing with flood waters. what few moments of like somewhat kind of like rapids or like tough rowing are needed, you guys are able to do pretty easily under Bassinger's guidance. It seems like she has done this a lot. And then eventually, as the sun sets and the forest grows dark, save for several pockets of for want of a better term, bioluminescent elements of the forest, but not luminescent in that way. Like kind of like sparkling here and there, insects kind of glowing every once in a while. The forest is quite dark, with the canopy completely blotting out the stars and the moons. And eventually, you see some different light downstream, further down. And you approach the village of Mishnaki. And at first, you might have misregarded it as an extension of the parts of the forest that do seem to come to life at night, that kind of have like a natural light to them. Because all of the structures in this village appear to be built into the trees, multiple layers up and down along these massively tall trees, reaching almost all the way up to the canopy, and in some instances actually breaching the canopy, it looks like. You see these the large like reaches of forest that are between these big trees have like bridges and connecting ropes and so on to allow people to transport from basically pillar to pillar, tree to tree, to these various structures. And as you approach, Bassinger pulls out a little horn, seemingly carved out of something like bone, and blows into it. Just a nice little like kind of echoes through the forest, bouncing off the trees, and then there's a return sound of. And as you guys kind of go down, following Bassinger's lead, you kind of slow the canoes down, put them up, and you see a couple figures coming out of the shadows on the ground of this village. They're kind of silhouetted by the lights in the various buildings. And you see two members of the Caledombro tribe. They seem to recognize Bassinger. They greet her as you all are, as the four of you are kind of like getting your stuff out of the canoes. Bassinger shares some words with them, and then leads them over to make introductions. The two people before you are wearing kind of lighter armor, it looks like, mostly clothing, but like a couple patches of armor. And their hair is one of them has a completely clean shaved head, and the other one has multiple buns tied up around their head. And as they step forward, they regard you with like friendly expressions, and Bassinger says, "This is Ward. This is Tenuto. And Ward Tenuto. This is Dexter Bailey, Eloise Reynolds, Porter Janus, and Gus Gurley."
Right, how's it?
They nod, and Ward says, "Welcome to Mishnaki. We understand you require transit out of the forest."
If at all possible, yes, please.
Well, we can arrange that in the morning. We have jackalope paths we can take up to a way station that's a mutually beneficial or mutually owned by the tribe and the gunslingers. And at that way station, you can deposit the jackalopes and acquire, if necessary, acquire transport, probably in the way of horses, to head to your next destination. In the meantime, we are happy to help you with anything else you need as far as supplies. Newcomers to the village are always welcome, but we must be protective of people we don't when it comes to people we don't know. So for the time being, I will lead you to the areas of the village where you are most welcome, and should you need to transport yourself anywhere else or you need guidance in the forest, we recommend you ask for our assistance. The village is quite safe, but the borders around the village are laden with traps, and if not traps, then there are animals that that scurry through the night and are not hesitant to eat the an unwitting traveler.
Understood and quite appreciated. Thanks so much.
And Bassinger goes, they do know how to handle themselves, but nonetheless, I've seen great men and women felled by a hide behind they weren't looking for. And Warden Tenuto kind of gestured towards one of the nearby like trees, where there's basically, you can now see as they kind of gesture it, there's sort of an elevator almost, made out of natural materials that is down at the base of the tree. And Tenuto says, shall we?
Absolutely. And I think Porter like runs over to like take a look at it, and he's definitely the first one inside.
It's large enough for all of you. It's a little bit cramped with a total of 7 people in it, but not so cramped that it really matters. And as you are walking towards it, Ward kind of to whoever seems to be willing to like continue conversation with him as like kind of Porter rushes off to see what's going on with the elevator. Ward says, there is, of course, the matter of payment. Spurs don't do us a great deal of good here in the forest, but if you have anything you're willing to part with, the jackalopes require food and water and care, as well as, of course, we will be in only the lightest of sense risking our lives to guide you out of the forest. These, I can't stress you enough, these paths are well trodden, and very, very seldomly are we in any real danger, as long as you follow our lead.
Of course. I'm sure we've got supplies we can part with to trade in kind.
And then Tenuto is kind of having a side conversation with Bassinger where you can kind of hear like Tenuto saying, as far as you're concerned, we can get you headed west as soon as possible. I'll take you to speak to the elders, and we'll make sure you have escort through the night. I'd like to hear more about this threat. And Bassinger's like, yes, of course. And you all kind of get onto the elevator, and Ward grabs a lever and like clicks it, and you kind of feel it like kind of jolt a little bit, and it like raises just a couple inches off of the forest ground. And then he goes over and pulls on a rope, and you guys fly up this tree. Like almost like a slingshot, just like shoosh, right up. Like definitely like all of you, I think like Dex and Gus, like Gus is athletic enough and Dex is acrobatic enough that like I don't think you guys like slam into the ground or anything, and your reaction speed is relatively good enough to like not have you be like completely like floored by this thing. But like anyone who's not like quite ready for it, like it's quite easy for you to like fall to one knee as the big shift in momentum kind of like kicks you up. Eloise,
I
like,
100%
yeah.
follow.
Yeah. Eloise, you go to fall over, and Tenuto does like kind of like prop you up, seeming ready to like stop the newcomers from immediately face planting on one of these lifts.
Yeah, I think Porter's definitely like grabbing onto Ward's arm, like, oh, okay. I know it's gonna be that fast.
Yeah, and it's like in a moment you guys like fly up like 50, 60 feet, just like shh, and then you come to a like it's not a jolting stop. It's like if you've ever been on one of those carnival rides that like, springs you and then like does like perfectly slow you down at exactly the momentum to make it just a perfect stop. Like that's what it feels like. The whatever counterweight or technology is built into this lift allows it to just kind of come to a perfect stop. Where there's just a little bit of a jolt. You see Ward and Tenuto kind of like share a look, which Dex can easily read. Maybe many of you can easily read. Is them kind of like, this is a fun little thing that they do when there's new people. Ward gently removes your hand.
Sorry.
And he leads you out, and you guys are kind of on this like circular walkway with a couple stairs leading up to other levels and hollowed out little homes and buildings inside, built into and outside of this tree, kind of carved into the natural crevices of the tree and then also built around them. And all of the lights, you can tell there's like all of it is like bioelectricity. Like there's no like light bulbs, there's no cables. What you are seeing is like somehow they've created these kind of jars with this like substance in it that seems to be liquid but is producing enough of this kind of like almost greenish yellow light that kind of like warms the leaves around and the tree trunks against it. As you are led up and then around and then across like a bridge to a neighboring tree, and eventually led to a little hovel. At this point, as you guys are kind of getting onto that landing, Tenuto and Bassinger kind of step off to the side, and Bassinger says, "This is where I'm going to leave you, drifters. I have my own path I gotta walk to reach out to the cadre. Heading up to the way station just don't make sense for me. I gotta head west."
Understood. It's a pleasure. Thanks so much for taking us this far.
Well, thank you for the service you did the Legionnaires. You arrived under noble pretenses to begin with, returning the guns of Caldwell. I knew the man. He was a beast in a gunfight. It's a shame to see someone like him go down. But he died with honor, and you honored his name by bringing back his guns. And then you couldn't just stop there. You had to go an extra step of the way and save the whole damn castle. Thank you.
And glad to help. And thank you for everything, I suppose. Watch out for any unfriendly ghosts, I suppose.
Well, we'll see what we can do to slow him down, if not take him out completely, she says, kind of like tapping her belt buckle a little bit. She then turns to Dex and says, "It's a pleasure, Warden."
They're Legionnaires, right? Like,
yeah.
That's their...
Mm-hmm.
Look forward to working with you, Legionnaire.
And she like puts on her hat, gives you a little bit of a tip, and then follows Tenuto up out of sight, while Ward peels back the curtains, like these heavy curtains that lead into this dimly lit room. And as he walks up to one of those lanterns, you see he kind of just like moves his thumb along the base of the like housing of this lantern, and the like light that was kind of just slightly there glows a little bit brighter.
Huh.
And then when that light glows, the rest of them start to like light up as well.
How long has this town been here?
Hundreds of years.
That's fascinating. Does that mean this technology or whatever this is hundreds of years old?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, Ward and Tenuto, you put them at about like anywhere from like 23 to like 30 years old, somewhere in that range.
Sure.
Both are extremely athletically built. Nothing to like write home out in the looks department, but not like, not unattractive. But they don't, they're not like old and wizened for sure. And Ward nods and says, yeah, the Caledombro made a home here in the Heartwood something around 400 or so years ago, as far as I know, as our history tells it.
Dang. That's a long time to be in a spot.
Yeah, well, this isn't the only village. We call a great a large amount of the Heartwood Forest our home, but we aren't the only ones.
It's truly beautiful, fascinating as well.
It is quite nice. You'll find it is both quieter and louder than the settlements I presume you grew up in, settlements or towns you grew up in. He says, like, kind of glancing at like Eloise and Porter, like very clearly marking them as like city folk.
It's not wrong.
Wait, so ain't y'all ever get like splinter cats in here like running through, or like what was the thing that was like a tree and you had to look at it?
The hide behind.
Yeah. Don't y'all ever get like that sort of stuff?
They're denizens of the forest just the same as us. They have their lands and we have ours. We live in tandem with them. If we have to hunt from time to time, and they hunt from time to time as well. But for the most part, long ago, the Caledombro found out the places in the forest where we were going to be able to maintain our numbers against the harsher residents of the forest.
Hey, so like a splinter cat comes by, I was like, that ain't me. That's Caldombro. It's like this spot ain't for me.
We never really, it doesn't quite work in that same way. But sure, that's a good enough way to do it. We have to deter them from time to time with traps, but they don't necessarily like being this close to water, for one thing. And when they do hunt, they try to hunt isolatory travelers unless they're in dire straits. And so, when we head out into the wider forest, we rarely travel alone. We use jackalopes to outrun them, those kinds of things. A splinter cat only attacks when frightened, threatened, or starving.
Dang. Yeah. Cool.
Well, speaking of these jackalopes, I assume they're quite well trained. I can't speak for my compatriots, but I'm not much of a rider. I'll be honest.
They'll follow the lead of the front and back jackalope, which will be ridden by Tenuto and myself.
Oh, excellent, lovely.
As far as if you've traveled from the Legionnaires Hall, I suppose you'll need some food. You can rest here. He gestures to like a couple, like basically like a mixture of like kind of like built into like the framework beds, and then like also a couple hammocks. This is like, it's like this area is like very clearly like it's very clearly like just a resting place. It's like one big bedroom basically is this entire little area that he's brought you into. It doesn't have like extra like halls like attached or anything like that. It has the one entrance out to the walkway. And you kind of gleaned looking around that like a lot of their structures kind of work like that. Like the easiest translation would be that like one of these trees is one or two buildings, and instead of having like a lot of connecting pathways within, they would step outside and move to like the next like little area, whether it be you saw some people cooking, you saw some people resting, you saw some people like seemingly like socializing and like conversing. There's like one tree that you didn't quite get into, but you did see like, it wasn't a saloon, but you did see people like drinking and like playing some kind of game, whether it be a group of friends or just like a community gathering place, you're not sure. But like there are parts of this village that feel very much like what you might expect to find in a settlement, but also laid out in a completely different way.
Growing up, I always wanted a tree house, and now we found a whole tree village. I love it.
Well, I'll leave you to it. I'll go and grab some food. This level here, he says, like kind of stepping back and gesturing to like the walkways around this area. It's like this level here is mostly just resting places and homes. You're free to wander. General politeness would be to treat a closed curtain as you would a closed door. But the levels above and below also welcome to. You'll find we have some recreational locations above that newcomers are more than welcome to spend time. There will be people in the village who will be interested in hearing of your travels, of course, as we only every once in a while are able to travel to. You see him glance down at your boots, like all of your shoes, and he goes, travel to the Badlands.
Quite impressive.
And he like takes another sip and he like glances, and you see him like his stuff lingers a little bit more on like Dex's boots, and then he like looks up at Dex's Dex a little bit, and he goes, or the mountains for that matter.
Hey, that all sounds good. When you say recreation, you mean like working out, or y'all got some sort of like game y'all play here?
Well, it's a bit late in the evening for any loud festivities, but if you're needing a place to exercise, we have search the area you're in the village. You'll find some stuff.
Gus looks around a little worried, like, "Oh, I hope I don't work out with something that ain't a workout." It would not be the first time. It's like, all right, yeah. It's like goes over, just grabs something, like tests the strength. It's like, nah, not that. All right. Just starts walking around a little bit.
Not in this room.
Oh, just round. Gotcha.
This level, the level above, and the level below. I think here. Go ahead and I'll lead you in the right. Go down.
Oh, I'll figure it out. Don't
Okay.
you worry. I guess like takes a couple steps out and he like grabs something like. No, not that.
It looks like a normal. He'll figure it out.
Just walks.
He'll figure it out.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, otherwise it will be hilarious. I'll grab some food, drop it off here in a little bit, and should you need anything, myself and Tenuto are to be your guides while you're here, and then your guides out of the forest. I suggest getting a nice long rest. We will be heading out just before the sun rises, so you don't have too much time, and we'll get you astride the jackalopes, and we'll head north.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Truly.
Simply just ask anyone to fetch myself or Tenuto. We won't be far. And then he steps out, and you see as he goes, he, instead of going up a level or down a level, he kind of wraps around and goes out to like a place where there's like a little bit of like, it's not like, they're not like perfect circles built around this. There's like parts that are further away, parts that are closer to the mouth, to the body of the tree. And also like a little bit of like internal elevation within each of these like kind of rings. And he goes over to a part of the ring that you're on, that kind of reaches out a little bit more. And you see as he like undoes like a rope, and then like stamps it up a little bit higher, and then like throws something over it, and then zip lines over to another tree. Gus, you head down a little bit. You make your way down some stairs, and sure enough, you find a more open part of the tree, like that doesn't really, it doesn't have like curtains, but it does have like kind of like built-in like awnings over it, these kind of like canvases for when there's heavy rainfall or anything. But this kind of this open air area, and you immediately see like exercise equipment, but not like exercise equipment, like honestly probably a little bit kind of what you might have had at the farm, but like not what you would find like if you were to like go in a factory town by any means. But like there's like different like kind of like stones like kind of carved into these like weight balls. There's like ropes and stuff for like different kinds of like cardio exercises. You actually see there's two other people here, a man and a woman who are kind of here in the late night, like seeming to be like finishing up their exercise, and they see you, and they nod, and the woman says, "Mr. Gurley, right?"
Yeah.
We were told to expect some outsiders in the village today.
Okay. Hi. Yeah. And he like takes like one of those like big stone balls and like hoists it up, like looks at them and doesn't get a look, and he's like, "Yeah, hi, I'm Gus Gurley."
She introduces herself as Sid, and her husband as Hecht, and Hecht and Sid only are there for another few minutes before they like kind of finish up. You see like they do basically like a little bit of like training with the ropes. You see they basically like following their lead, you're able to see like there's like weights and stuff. There's also basically like these naturally made like resistance bands made out of like sinew that they are like using as exercise as well. And then as they kind of finish off and like drink a little bit of water and like finish their like stretches and like towel off a little bit, and you're like just starting to get warmed up, they like kind of like catch your eye before they leave, and they say, "Enjoy your time."
Yeah, thank you. Will do. He takes like a resistance band and he's got it under his back foot and he's throwing punches with the resistance. Like, yeah, this stuff's great. Will do. Y'all have a good night.
And they make their way to some other part of the village. What about Eloise, Dex, and Porter?
Yeah, I think Dex like turns to the two of them. I'm gonna head up to the next level, see what's going on there. If you want to come.
There's anything fun.
Okay. Dex heads up to the next level, see what's going on there.
Cool. So Dex, you go up and you see it's a little bit more lively here. This is actually on the way up. You like smell the food before you see it. And when you get up there, there's like kind of like an open kitchen that people seem to be coming and prepping their own food out of like the stores that are there, and then like taking their food elsewhere to a different part of the village, or they are like sitting down in different parts of this area to like enjoy their food together. And you actually as you like kind of get there and like eye that and you walk around, you see like there's like a little like hollowed out part of the tree where that's like as close to a saloon as you've seen so far, as far as there's like people like they have like drinks set up and they're like
there's
drinking.
Swinging doors on it.
There's no swinging doors, but yeah, there's like drinks set up. None of the like all of the stuff here looks like by your eye like brewed here. Like there's only like I not all of it. There's like one or two or like maybe three like bottles that have labels on them that look like they came from outside the village. Otherwise there's like everything is kind of like unlabeled and seemingly just up for grabs. Everyone is like kind of, you know, helping themselves a little bit. No one is going into like excess. They're all just like having a nice little drink, chatting. And you see a couple people, you actually see a couple people playing Pio. And then you also see there's like another thing that people seem to be doing on this level, like in different areas, is they're playing some other game that requires like chalk and like a board, and they're like kind of like drawing shapes on it, and it's hard to like really at a glance figure out exactly what kind of game they're playing, but it seems like they're taking turns drawing. And then yeah, they're like people are drinking and chatting. What is it you're kind of looking to do around here?
I think Dex comes up here and like for the first time on this journey, there's not somebody actively trying to kill us. There's not someone we're actively on the way to try and kill. We're not in immediate danger. The place we're in is safe. And I don't have to worry about like rushing to save any of the three of my friends. Dex is gonna hang out and I think maybe for the first time in his life be a 20-year-old human.
Nice. Yeah, so as you kind of like step into like the kind of like the like eatery and the bar effectively, there is like everyone like kind of like sees you see people marking you, like everyone here, like they very clearly have like a style that is different from yours. Not all of them, like they're not like
capes aren't in here.
Yeah. They're not like in like no one's like wearing anything uniform. Everyone's outfits and clothing are very like unique to them. It seems like there's a variety of like styles within this village that everyone is using, but all of their stuff seems to be made of like similar material. Like and one guy who actually has a big hat that is kind of stands out separate from everyone else's gear. Like this is clearly a hat that was made like in a town by bought at a haberdashery. It's really, really wide, a little bit too big for his head. And he goes, Legionnaire! Oh, it's good to see a Legionnaire. And he's like, can I get you a drink?
Sure. I'm not a Legionnaire.
He uncorks it, uncorks the bottle with his mouth, looks at it, and he goes, should I be scared?
No, I'm a warden. I'm from back west. I had to remember the map of Manifest for a second.
He like pours a drink, and then someone else who's in there is like, you damn fool, he ain't one of the Legionnaires. There's other gunslingers. He's like, what, Calibor? Nah, you damn idiot. He said warden. That's something else. And he goes, well, damn. And he like corks it up. He goes, I never heard about that. Come join us. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you make fast friends with a group of about 5 members of this 5 residents of this village, who begin just like kind of asking you various questions, and then also like sharing a little bit of like their own stories, and like you get a little bit of a glimpse into like the differences between the wardens and the Legionnaires from like an outside perspective, like those kinds of things. Apparently this hat was a gift that guy got from a Legionnaire about like 5 years back. And so it's like he loves it. He thinks it looks so good on him, and everyone else thinks it's terrible. all of his friends are like, he's been wearing this thing nonstop for 10 years and he thinks it's the best thing ever. Like, and they're like, that Legionnaire didn't like give this to you. You asked for it and they said yes. It was just in their stuff. And he was like, it was a gift. We were good friends, you understand? Yeah, they end up like hanging out with you, drinking, and they play a little bit of games. They play some Pio, and then they also play that game, and it's what you can tell is it's not too dissimilar than Pio in the sense of you are trying to take over parts of the board with your chalk, but there's certain rules as to like where you can draw lines and how many lines you can draw, and like it ends up like the coolest thing about it as you like watch them play and they kind of explain it to you and you like sort of get it as they like kind of like are like, okay, now you're gonna want to make this move, now you're gonna want to make this move. They like, the best thing about it is by the end of it, like you've created like a little bit of a piece of art as you've used like various different colors of chalk to like paint this thing out. And it's almost like kind of sad, like as they like take like a wet cloth and like wipe that piece of art clean, and like completely start anew. And like what you can actually see is like the colors that they're using, like the chalk colors that they're using to play this game. You can see those kind of motifs and colors kind of echoed throughout the village now that you know to look for it.
Mhm.
What about Eloise and Porter? Or
I don't
Eloise
know.
or Porter?
I don't know if it's been long enough for me to roll for it, but there is a tier 4 tonic that I'm kind of working on. I think given this opportunity to kind of sit and relax, kind of like Dex was explaining, just doing something that feels normal feels actually really, really good. Really, really good.
Okay.
It's so last I don't remember if it was 2 weeks ago that I rolled last or not.
Good question. Which one was this?
It was a tier 4 +2 to the finesse attribute.
Was that, did you start that when you guys got to Mayo Ponto? Or was it
I think it
before you?
was shortly after we got on the boat out
Was
of
that what it was?
Lepanto.
Okay, cool. So you need to have waited 2 weeks. So it's been 6, 7. It's been 8 days.
Cool.
Or no,
Yeah. So
6, 9, 10. It's been 10 days.
sure.
So
So,
you have a little bit more time. By the time you make it to the end of this, like once you exit the Heartwood, you will be able to roll again.
Yeah, I think he just then spends time, mixing and figuring out what the next ingredients he needs to find for a tire, and also creating a new kind of system. So rather than plugging it into his med kit, it's anybody can use it. So it's kind of like an inhaler type thing
Hmm?
that you can pass off to somebody, and they can like put up to their nose and go,
Hell yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And like so you continue
Those
actively,
inhaler.
you move on to like those samples have finally cured. You're moving on to the next stage of making this tonic. And then yeah, you like kind of like practice with like aerosolization of your medicine and configure this kind of quick acting like inhaler to be a new way to like kind of work your tonics. Which is like, it's kind of an interesting step forward. And when Ward swings by with a cart basically of food, he like kind of carries it, and then as he gets there, he like kind of like drops down a couple legs and like sets it in the room. And there's like this like little 2-tiered cart that is there that has like a helping of like food and like some wine and like some utensils. And he looks over and watches you work on this on your med kit, and he seems interested by it a little bit, and he's just like, that is really fascinating, the different ways in which we work on the body, isn't it?
It's wild. So many different methods, and yet all of them tend to work.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of different paths leading to the same place, I suppose. And then he like walks over and goes, I am always curious the designs drifters use for their different things. It's actually not too dissimilar than the way we do a lot of things here. One of the shortcomings, I think, of a factory town is that so much of what is around is the term, I believe, would just be cookie cutter, I suppose.
Right, ready-made.
But there's an individualism to people's gear. Tell me a little bit about it. And like he like asks you just like a couple questions, like basically like, what's that one do? How does this interact with this? He doesn't seem to be like very medically minded, but he is like interested in the way that the tech kind of talks to each other.
Sure.
And after like a very like brief conversation, he goes, truly fascinating. But I'll leave you to it.
And thank you so much for the food. That smells incredible.
He gestures and he goes, all I did was walk it. And then he leaves, kind of like half closing the curtain. Eloise, what are you up to?
Oh, I don't have anything on the agenda, but I also don't feel the need to go explore. I don't have any resources to like tinker, so I think probably I'm just maybe if nobody's looking, reading the only thing we have to read, which is Light in the Darkness. But if anybody's
Ooh.
coming, I pretend I'm asleep.
Oh.
Your little light under the covers.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
But
You got your
I-
integrated night vision goggles on under the covers.
Yeah, Gus, I think you're probably the first to return and find Porter working on his stuff. Eloise kind of curled up on her bed, seemingly asleep. And then I imagine Dex, it depends on how long you want to go for the night. The group you found seems to be relatively nocturnal.
X, against his better judgment, stays up too late.
Nice.
I love it.
Yeah, they actually take you to other like parts of the village. They're like, "Oh, we're your escort. We're your guide. Come on, come on." What are Ward and Tenuto gonna do, huh? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, if you think it's fine.
Yeah, they lead you to like one of their homes, and like you can tell like the architectural structure is similar to like this kind of like communal area, but like much more personalized and a little bit bigger. There's actual multiple layers within, like built into the tree, like into the tree. There's multiple layers, but again, no connecting hallways, no like channels that dive all the way through the massive body of this tree. Just like hollowed out like parts of the tree that are semi-natural and semi-man-made, but with like a little bit more intricacies. Looks like, you know, years and years, generations and generations of people have lived in these homes. And kind of over time made them their own. Yeah, and they hang out with you. They end up like if you have anything you want to like give them in exchange, like they're down to like barter and trade for like basically like personal items. Like they're like, look, I've read this book a bunch, like you can have it, but like what do you got? Like it's not like as transactional as that, but that kind of seems the way about it. Like as you talk about something, like they'll be like, oh, this is really cool, and then like they'll kind of like gauge your feeling as to like whether or not it'd be something you would want to part with, and then like also within that same kind of conversation, like talk to you about cool things that they have that were a part of their childhood or a part of their life, and then like they like are like, if you'd like, you know, we could work something out and you could like take this with you, like that kind of thing. As they like kind of are like interested in kind of like sharing each other's lives a little bit as well as each other's stuff a little bit, so that you can walk away with a little bit of. One of them kind of puts it really nicely, and maybe it's because you're a little drunk and maybe it's not, but one of them is like, you know, puts it a little bit like, and then like that way as you leave, you have a little bit of our life with you, and we get to sit here and hold on to a bit of your life with us, and then forever our lives will have touched each other. It's kind of sweet like that, huh? And someone's like, move over, I'm gonna fart, I'm gonna piss. And like shows that guy out of the way and like wanders off to go take a piss.
I'm gonna fart. I gotta get out of the room.
I'm gonna fart.
It's a bad one. I can feel it. Jesus.
Yeah, I need that. No, that can't. No. I've got this, and I pull out an unopened mint condition tin of Beard Be There.
Yes.
They're like, do they think this stuff actually works? He like takes a smell of it. He's like, oh, does it have an expiration date?
Not that I can tell.
Oh my god. And he's like, well, this has to have a story with it. Tell me about it.
I can't. This is funny for the viewers at home. I can't grow a beard.
Yeah.
And so Porter, I told you about Porter. I think found this in Tobias Station. He gave this to me, and then Then we went into the mountains. That's a different story. I didn't get a chance to use this, and I've got another one. I have two, and I can't give away both, but I could part with one.
And then as you're saying that to they call him Cubby. You don't think that's his name, but they do call him Cubby. As you're like talking to Cubby about it, and he's like, "Oh, right on, yeah." One of his friends like gets some globs of it on his hand and like comes up behind him and is just like, blah!
Oh no.
And he's like, oh, it stings. And they're like laughing their ass off. And they're like, you're gonna be able to pass for a skunk ape with that. And he's like, oh God, it will come off. Is it gonna grow on my hands? And like he like tries to like wipe it off and like wash it off. And then he gives you a kind of a little travel pio board that he has that kind of folds in on itself. He's like, yeah, I made this when I was a kid. I used to like fucking around with woodworking and a little bit of stonework. So you got authentic heartwood forest pio board there. I mean, I made that when I was like 8 or 9 with my pa. So it's long lasting for sure. Hell, maybe it would soak a bowl or two for you, Mr. Warden, you damn idiot, Mr. Warden.
This is really sweet. I'll keep this safe.
And then
I'm so bad at pio.
He's like, isn't everyone?
No.
No. Yeah. And so Dex will return to the room way late into the night as he's kind of following the pace of these kind of party boys around the village. But yeah, Gus, you get back and you find Porter maybe winding down in his stuff. I don't know how late Porter wants to stay up.
No, yeah. He's probably winding down. That sounds accurate.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything else to be done with the night or if y'all just rest up.
Yeah, no. I think Gus, stretches his meditation, then he zonks out.
Cool. Porter, Eloise, and Gus all asleep. Eloise maybe eventually later than the others. I don't know how late she stays up before she goes to sleep.
Nah, this is trash.
Yeah.
Every so often it can almost be passed off for a snore, but it's an audible scoff is heard from under. It's like
and then Dex, we cut to you late at night. The lanterns, the kind of like naturally made lanterns within the village, kind of all dim, save for a couple buildings here and there. Not a lot of travel around. You do see like sentinels, like kind of keeping watch for any trespassers or like errant animals. And you and your newfound friends kind of like go around and like sneaking around like okay. Like they lead you over. You don't quite know, like they seemed to have agreed something for you to do and you don't know what it is. And they're like, Warden Bailey, this is where we're gonna part ways with you, but we're gonna give you a good old fashioned Caladombro send off. And you see, like, because you saw Ward do this earlier, they're like setting up a zip line to where your room is, as they basically like, they're like these ropes that kind of like loosely like kind of hang, connecting multiple things, multiple like landings and stuff. And they can like, if you know where they are, you can like make them taut and then make a zip line basically to the other side, where then you can loosen it again. And they're like, when you go to the other side, you're going to just want to undo the other. It's going to look like this. You're going to want to make it look like what it looked like
Yeah,
before we
no,
made it look like
yeah.
this.
You got tired. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, but it's like you gotta, you just gotta.
I know how to do knots. Don't
Okay,
worry.
all right. Yeah, he's a gunslinger. He's a gunslinger. He's good with his hands.
You're
and
goddamn right I am.
and then one of them's like, last chime. Would you be willing to buy Cubby's hat from him? Would you be willing to buy his hat? It ain't for sale.
I don't have any money.
Like, could you like? Are you good at cards? He sucks at cards. You said you bet at Pio, so that's not a good option. I'm not gonna play for my hat.
I'm not terrible at cards.
Oh, Cubby, he thinks he can beat you at cards. Yeah, half the village can. Let's go.
I don't want, guys. He's had his hat for 10 years. The hat's a part of him.
Yeah, but I mean, is it though? Is it? He's like
10-year hat.
He's like bending
10-year
over and
hat
it's
is
like
a part of you.
he's like has to adjust it on his head as he's like in different positions.
Hey, Cubby, I love you, man. You should be better at the hat by now.
I got a haircut earlier this month and it doesn't fit anymore. He goes, no, it doesn't fit your head ever. It hasn't for 10 years. That's how
Too little hair for the hat.
and then they unhook a utensil that was kind of with the ropes. Which like you kind of see it's like almost like it's a really thick and sturdy rope. It's like it almost looks like
cabling.
Yeah, it almost looks like metal cable, but you can tell it's not by the way that it moves. And they attach basically a bracelet to one arm and like raise up your hand so that they can hook it over. So it's again like kind of like that stabilizing bracelet on one, and they're like, all right, hand here. See you later, Warden, and they give you a kick in the butt, and you just zip down. And even having stayed up very late, having a good night, you're good enough at
I
gymnastics.
think what happens is like Dex falls in a way that looks bad maybe to an outsider, but Dex having like literally ingrained this part of like this is one of the first things they teach you on the peak is like you're on a mountain. You need to be sure-footed and know what to do if you start to fall. Your training will not continue if you don't, because it will end abruptly. And so like I think it's almost a little bit like watching like a drunken master kung fu where like it looks bad to the outside observer, but Dex is like, yeah, this is fine. Just sort of relax everything and hit the ground and roll and I'm good.
Yeah, the thing you're not ready for is like the design of this thing is designed so that like that little catch that they attached like will pop off as you hit a catch at the end of the rope so that you can easily like land on your feet. So like you aren't ready for like you to free fall the last like foot and a half and you're just like blah, 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 and you like kind of like tumble and you're like yep and like help yourself up, take the rope down, tie it, reattach the tool nearby, and then you little wobbly, little wibble wobble your way to the curtain that you kind of like peel open, and you see your three friends asleep in their little bunks.
Yeah, I'll just get over to bed and just
And not too long after Dex makes it back home, there's a little bit of food still there too, Dex, that you can like
oh yeah, I grabbed some food. I've been chomping on food all night. This place has great food.
It does. You've eaten many insects that you never heard of before in your life, but they were all interesting to eat. And some of them quite delicious. One of them extremely spicy, and one of them ice cold. It was strange.
Well, and you eat the spicy one, and then you eat the cold one.
And they're all like, no. And not too long after Dex turns in for the night, you're all kind of awoken to the lanterns warming up, and a little like knock on the frame of the archway leading into this little home. And Ward and Tenuto are there. A little bit more geared up than you saw them before. And they look to you. Like Ward has had a clean shave. Looks like they took that evening to like prep for what is going to be a multiple day journey. As they look to you, and Ward says, well, whenever you all are ready to go, we'll be out here.
Excellent. Thanks so much.
Um,
Oh, what a nice sleep I had. Oh, goodness gracious.
and as you guys are kind of getting all your stuff together, and start coming out, Ward, does like kind of, say again, now, for our services, what is it you've deemed, appropriate? We're going to be on about a 3-day journey, so don't give up anything that, that you can't part with before you get back. We have supplies and stores along the way for us to rest and eat. But beyond that, anything you need for travel, you should keep. But whatever you can part with that would help the village, of course, we would appreciate.
Of course. When it comes to things like tonics, do you need, well, I guess first of all, do you need more tonics? Do you use toxins in your traps? I've got both.
I'm interested to see what you have.
Some sleep toxins, blindness toxins might be helpful. I've got a paralyzing tonic, something that makes people less good at their finesse type things. I got a damage toxin if you'd be interested in that, and then I've got a healing tonic, antitoxin as well. Things of that type.
What tier is the antitoxin?
So it's a tier 2 excellent quality antitoxin.
Okay, yeah. Ward sees this and goes, I mean, this is incredibly generous for you to be willing to part with any of these. If it's all right with you, we can definitely make use of one of these antitoxins and this paralyze.
Oh, absolutely. That's yours.
Gus sort of like sheepishly pats himself down and pulls out a bag of candy that at this point got sort of wet and like melted together into one big clump. And he looks at it disappointed that like, this isn't the offering that I thought it was, and oh man, my candy got melted together.
Tino puts like a hand on your like forearm and says like, don't worry about it. Mr. Janus's offering is more than generous enough for the travel.
Yeah, I just thought I had like stuff on me. I don't.
You've had a hard road. All of you have. You wear it on your faces.
Well, thanks, I guess.
Yeah.
I told y'all I was getting old. Dang. Sometimes it takes an outside perspective to tell you what you already knew.
Age is a badge of honor, my friend, says Ward.
Hey, I like this guy. Ward, I like you.
Well, let's make way. The jackalopes are all set and ready. If you feel the need for a saddle, we can arrange one, but for now they are unsaddled. We'll
I'd love a saddle, please. I'm not great without one.
and
I assume.
Tino goes, I mean, you can try. You can try without first. Why not try without?
Should I really try?
Why
If
not
you
try
want to see me
without?
fall off a jackalope, just say that.
What's gonna make the jackalope happier?
Ward says, let's try without.
Yeah, I look, with or without, I ain't never been really a rider.
It's okay. They'll follow us. You won't need to steer them at all. You just
All
need to
right.
hold on. They're smooth
All right, well-
rides once you get used to it.
Honestly, I'm more worried for it than I am for me. Who's your biggest on the team here?
They like both look at each other and then they actually like laugh a little bit. And they go, I mean, sir, you are quite large, but you're far from the largest person in this village right now.
Well, look, I didn't see anybody else up late at night, sort of, getting a pump in, but I wish I could have stuck around. Wish I could have met whoever.
They walk a little bit, and you see Tenuto, who is taller than Ward, just kind of like walk up to you and like almost like almost playfully just kind of like goes like, yeah, I say about, and he like puts his hand a good like 8 to 10 inches above your head, kind of like reaching up as he does. He's like, yeah, I mean, you're not that much shorter.
All right. Okay. Well, we ain't got it. All right. Well, there's you said something nice about being old, and now you know what? we're back neutral, I think.
And
neutral with y'all.
They lead you up, and there's 6 jackalope. They lead you up, way up. Like they lead you guys take another couple lifts and then a couple like upward angle like walkways and bridges and paths till you're like up, like you're still not like there are parts of this village you do see that reach all the way up, like little spindly like steps built onto like trees that do like lead to platforms that seem to pierce above the canopy. You are not that high up, but you are quite high up. And there's thick tree branches reaching out, kind of intertwining these trees together, much of the village down below you. And you're led onto this kind of platform that opens up to what is the wild forest at the edge of this village. And waiting for you there are 5 jackalopes, which you don't see immediately. You see a couple of them kind of there. And then as they get there, Ward does like a sharp whistle. And out of the neighboring trees and above and below, like from branches, like jackalopes are like, phew, phew, phew. Like these big, huge, like these things are big. Like it can easily seat 2 people. They're taller than horses are because of like the length of their legs. Wide frame, like big, thick, muscular, like hindquarters, to allow for excessive jumping. Their antlers, all unique and, like almost like a little bit like you like feel like a need to like pull back and duck. Like you're afraid that like parts of their antlers might poke your eye out. And these things are, they have a buzzing energy to them, as they like kind of jump up and like greet Ward and Tenuto, and like they're kind of like being pet and like fed a little bit. And then you're each like kind of led to your own jackalope, and kind of like given some food to like feed them. And like there's like this energy to them. They're very clearly well trained and like are happy to like follow Ward and Tenuto's thing, but like in moments where they are not being like monitored, it's almost like watching like children like goofing off in a classroom. Like when Ward and Tenuto aren't necessarily like handling them, like they will like buck up against each other. And like there's one point which like kind of like maybe startles some of you because it's a little unexpected and very fast, where 2 of them, there's like big loud thumping noises, and like 2 of them like go up on their hindquarters and like bat at each other and like clink their horns against each other and like drop down and like tangle their horns. And like one of them, while their horns are tangled, like kicks his hindquarters up like with a full like burst of strength, and like almost like flips over, and you think he's gonna like break the neck of the one that he's like interlocked with, and they both go tumbling down to another branch where they both like land like cats, like on their feet, and like one kind of scrambles a little less like elegantly, and then they bounce back up as like Tenuto like clicks his tongue at them. And they bounce back up and like kind of like look at each other and like huff, like, and their little tiny tails are just like wide, like fast wiggling, like almost impossible to see. The little like the little tufty tails.
Yeah. So no saddles, huh? Sure. Okay.
You don't need them. You don't need them. Look, there's plenty of antlers for you to hold on to. Just close your knees together and don't squeeze too tight, though, says Tenuto.
How will I know if it's too tight? What's
You'll
the,
know.
like,
And
measure?
he's
Okay.
like, he grabs you by the by like the belt and is like, all right, on three, 1, 2, 3, and
Go.
like Tenuto, very tall and lanky, but obviously quite strong, gets you up there. And yeah, all of you are basically you all have all of these jackalopes are varying shades of like kind of like a wooded brown, almost like a bark color. Some of them with like a little bit of darker streaks, and some of them the ones that Ward and Tenuto are riding do seem to be the more mellow and older of the group, with like a little bit of more gray around like their ears and their whiskers. And then Ward goes, all right, jokes aside, they're more comfortable with the saddle. They can travel more easily up here without the saddle. But if it turns out you do need it, we can make accommodations. As far as it goes, I'm assume based on your reactions here, no one here has ridden a jackalope before.
No, sir. Well, I mean, when I was little, but no, not really.
Yeah, I tried a couple times. They didn't much like it, and I didn't much like it. So we sort of had an understanding.
I've only
I've
met
met
two
a jackalope.
jackalopes, and one didn't like me, and the other one was mystical.
Okay, well then in that case, if you never ridden on, I just like blow it. They're like, if you never ridden one before, they like to go fast, and you might need to snack light on the road. The easiest thing for new riders can be the kind of stomach churning of the jumps, especially when traveling along this path. A lot of elevation changes, but these jackalopes, they know their way around this forest better than any of the rest of us. And if they make a jump, it's because they'll land it. All right, as long as you don't get in the way. And so the trick is just not getting in the way. So just hold on to the antlers, hold on tight. They'll run fast and hard, but they're trained to keep you in mind when they're running. They're not gonna just leave you in the dust, or clothesline you unless they're feeling particularly cheeky that day.
Great.
But they've made this trek 100 times, and we're gonna be leading them. They're gonna be following our pace. If you need us to slow down, shout it out. Up the chain to the front. If you need us to speed up for whatever reason, shout the chain up to the front. Tenuto will be watching our rear. I'll be watching our front. This path, like I said, it is tried and true. One of many that we have throughout the forest. We'll stop twice a day at little watering holes we have built into the trees, where we'll be able to rest, eat for an hour or so, and then we'll continue on the way until we get to the second station, where we will rest for the evening. From there on out, if you see anything that means us harm, of course, make it known. But most things ain't gonna be able to keep up with the jackalopes, so that's why we move fast. Understand?
Got it.
And Tenuto goes, I mean, we've done this particular stretch, what, at least 24 times each? Ward says, yeah, about, maybe even more. And Tenuto goes, yeah, and I only remember about 8 people that died along the way. And Ward like shakes his head and chuckles, and then jumps on his jackalope, swiftly, just like leaping up there like he's done it a million times. And Tenuto jumps on his, and as he does, like the jackalopes kind of like filter onto this wide tree branch that continues along the way, leading out towards like other trees, wide enough for the jackalopes to not have to run single file, but it looks like they are like setting up to run single file. As I do, like, there's like a little bit of shuffling. If you look down, it's really far down. There's no guard railings, and you are on a beast that seems extremely comfortable with being near the edge of the curve of this large branch. They're not like, it's not like intentionally like skirting or anything, but it doesn't seem concerned with the edge. It looks like this thing is like, these jackalopes are so calm walking along this thing that it's like anyone walking along a sidewalk. Like, they don't pay mind to the fact that the sidewalk is about to end on their left, right? Because they know not to walk there. But to any of you who are feeling uneasy, that in particular is the thing that will make you feel more uneasy, is the fact that the jackalopes, you were never told how to steer them. And you were never told how to slow them down. They said, tell us when you want to slow down and tell us when you want to speed up.
I think we were told specifically to not steer them.
Yeah, they said stay out of the way. Yeah, you all kind of get lined up, and without much of a to do, Ward in the front kind of looks back, hand on hip, not holding onto the antlers, just kind of like holding, staying astride with his legs. He turns back and goes, "All right, y'all ready?"
Ready?
Yeah.
And he goes, "All right then," and then lets out another sharp whistle, and like, without really like giving himself time to like turn and get into a riding position, the jackalopes all leap forward, like big, huge leaping bound. Like, you guys fly like a good 15 to 20 feet above the massive tree branch that is already like 80 to 90 feet above the ground of the forest. You all like, they all just kind of like leap forward at the whistle, land, and then one thing that immediately strikes you is they more or less follow exactly where Ward is and where Tenuto is keeping them from going. You see Tenuto's moving a lot in like a lateral sense to kind of like herd them in the right direction and stop them from straying too far. But like, your guys as individual jackalopes are choosing their own where they want to jump. It seems like there's plenty of branches for them to jump to. They're not running along a preset track. They are running into a preset direction. And they are choosing which branches they want to run along and so on. And what's the marching order? Who's closest to Ward and who's closest to Tenuto?
I think Porter wants to be closest to the front, just in case.
Cool. You are definitely closest to Tenuto then.
Yeah.
Because you guys didn't get to actually choose your jackalopes or where your jackalopes went.
Yeah, I think Gus is in the middle. He's like, oh well, I might fall off. I should be somewhere where that can be seen.
I think Dex is not at all uncomfortable with like the leaps and the heights. He's, I think, most uncomfortable with like, man, almost every animal I've ever met didn't like me.
What are you talking about? Gaurau really liked you.
I said almost.
I can't believe the exception to the rule is a Gaurau.
And to be fair, the one time I met Gaurau, it did try to psychically dominate me twice.
But it didn't.
But it didn't. And then it gave you a gift.
Yeah, so Dex is trying to just like be as pleasant to the jackalope as possible.
Okay.
That's why he asked whether or not the jackalope was more comfortable without the saddle.
Okay. So what about you, Eloise? Do you think you're closest to Ward, or do you think you're...
I think that yes.
Okay. So yeah,
basically there's like, that's what
there's
I didn't really choose. I'm just really excited about it's like a little bit of like a horse girl syndrome.
I was just gonna say, are you like a jackalope girl?
It's like, I have Sinclair, so like, yeah. But like, I'm excited about it.
What happens is, like, as you guys are kind of like on that landing and the jackalopes are able to kind of go in position, like Porter, you and Eloise start next to each other, and you're like, holding onto the antlers and you're ready. You're like, okay. And then like Ward walks out, and then like Eloise's jackalope goes to walk out, and you're like, okay, cool. And like you like kind of instinctively like kind of turn your body, like you don't know how to steer this thing, and like when you push on its head, it is a strong beast. Like its head barely moves as you push on like the antlers, or like kind of like squeeze like your hips. You're like, how do I make this thing go? What am I supposed to do? And then Dex's jackalope follows Eloise, and then Gus's jackalope follows Dex, and then your jackalope kind of like settles into position, kind of like kicking its hind legs a little bit as it does, and then Tenuto gets up behind you as you were just kind of sitting there being like, I don't know how to make this thing go. Oh, I'm in the back now.
Fine, you know. Said pass it up the train. Pass it up the train. Gorgeous girl. Come on. All right.
And then this is what just happened. I need all of you to roll a wrangle test. And I had Ward assist you with his wrangle, and I shit you not, you guys get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, a +7.
Thank God.
Oh fuck! I'm good at wrangle now.
Because Ward did so goddamn good. He rolled 4 13s.
Oh, I forgot. I'm actually pretty good at wrangle. I don't roll many dice at it.
You're a farm boy.
I'm a farm boy. That's right. I thought for some reason I'm bad at survival, but I'm good at wrangle. Now I'm very good at wrangle. I'm as good as you could be at wrangle.
I'm gonna make my own luck twice before I roll.
I'm gonna do the same. Thank you, Addie.
I am spending 2 grit to play to the gallery.
I know, I took grit from Porter.
That's fine.
The only person who said he wasn't.
You can go ahead and take 2 grit. Because I do want to play down in the hopes that I can get a second success here.
You could twist the knife and you would do it for the same amount of grit.
Yeah, but then I would have the same target to explode. All right, whatever.
He's going for the
you think is
explosion.
best.
He's going for the explosion, and then he gets
I was
another
going for the explosion.
roll.
Okay,
Yeah.
my
Right, but if
understanding.
you're playing, sure. My understanding was you're
Oh,
trying
no,
to
yeah,
make
yeah,
a
yeah.
second success, and you're trying to play down to your target
So you
in
don't
the
get
hopes
it-
of making a second
So you don't get
success.
a
Right.
guaranteed second success, but you do get an increased chance of explosion.
Right.
This is the gambler move, and I approve.
All right. Hey, you live your life.
So I want to make sure I got that right. Elle spent 2 grit to make her luck twice. Gus spent 2 grit also to make his luck twice.
Yes.
Dex spent 2 grit, but just to play to the gallery. And
Correct.
Porter also spent 2 grit just to play to the gallery. Right? So that's 2, 4, 5, 6. I get 6 grit.
They had 8 grit, and I was getting antsy.
Yeah.
What'd you do, Porter? You're looking like maybe you didn't get that success you were hunting for.
Why would I have?
Okay.
When you're right, you're right. All right. Just take it.
I
man.
tried to tell you.
I know.
Think of the chances, the potential. If you pre-edge the test in Shadowrun, you have a chance of 6s exploding.
Oh,
Okay. So
We should play Shadowrun.
what did
I'm
what
so bad at Shadowrun. We shouldn't.
you're bad at any RPG that involves dice, Porter. Seth, that's the problem.
I know. And there's so many dice in that one.
All right. What did everyone get success wise? 1 for Porter. 4 for Gus.
Me too. I got 4 as well.
4 for Eloise.
let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got
Making our
5.
own luck.
And 5 for Dex. Dex,
Yeah.
you went into
I
this.
had. Let me be clear. I had a 5 in wrangle, but I have an 8 in tenacity. So
So
Ward just made my target very good.
Yeah, we're your opposites.
Yeah, I'm also the opposite.
I had a 10 in wrangle and rolled 2 dice.
Yeah.
So it was a 17, which I did hit and exploded. It was great.
So
I had a 4 with Wrangle and I rolled 2 dice, so I had the worst of both worlds.
yeah. So you guys travel hard and fast. And Dex, you go into this a little bit nervous because you're like, every animal I've ever met hasn't liked me.
I just don't want to upset the jackalope.
Yeah. And so you kind of like, you know what Ward told us to do is just stay out of the jackalope's way, right? So you find like a
I
spot.
like get on and I like hold on. And I'm like, you know what you're doing. I'm not gonna. You know what you're doing.
And what you do is you kind of like you try to like find you're like, do you like it better if I hold here? Do you like it better if I hold here? And you don't get much input from the jackalope. It doesn't really seem to pay you much mind, except for the fact that like it kind of bounces a little bit when you first get on. But then like as you all take off, you realize you have to like readjust your grip a little bit. And kind of like dig in your heels a little bit, like nearby this thing's like ribs, on its like kind of like big, like strong body. And you're like, okay, wow, this is a lot. And like the first 3 jumps require like a significant amount of adjustment on your part, because like you are no saddle, no belt, nothing like that. Like there's nothing holding you onto this thing except for you. And you really quickly find that like pushing a little bit against the antlers with your hands so that you can push a little bit against the hips with your feet gets you a nice, good position on this thing and doesn't seem to bother the jackalope. And you're like, okay, cool, I can do this. And so then it's just a matter of like applying the pressure, like when it needs you to like ease off on one antler or the other, like you're able to kind of like follow its motions and like feel it. You kind of fall in tune with this thing as you're kind of laid across its body, like reaching up and grabbing its antelopes. Antlers.
You just need me to not move and engage my core for a long time. Yeah, I can do that.
Eloise and Gus, you have similar like experiences. Gus, your thing is like you're scared, like you're very high up. And you've not been high up a lot in your life.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, like you're big. Like this jackalope is also big, but like everyone else looks like kind of small on a jackalope. Like you look like the right size to be on a jackalope. Like to what a human is to a horse, you are to a jackalope. And so you're like, I'm afraid that this thing's gonna have trouble. And so your big challenge is like you're able to kind of like get in and hold on nice and good and find out the moments in which you need to hold on tight and the moments in which you can relax, because there are like straightaways along relative straightaways along like branches that have gone way long that they don't do a lot of jumping on, except for when they're just feeling like doing a little hop.
Yeah, I also think that Gus, like the last time he tried to ride a jackalope was like very young and small, and now he's like, oh yeah, well I'm an adult and this makes sense for me physically. I think at one point he does look at Dex. He's like, oh, it's a core thing. You get the
it's a core thing.
It's just a core, y'all. It's just a core thing. That's fine.
I think
I don't know what that means.
I think I program the nanites to like give me support, like variable support as of my armor as it goes.
Nice. You like add weight to different parts of your body. It's like you have like basically
like
a gyro.
telemetry.
There's like a gyro sensor in your armor now that is like swinging the weight of your armor to like help the jackalope out. You actually see it fucks with the jackalope for a second because it's not used to someone leaning as heavily as you are leaning in certain ways, but it really quickly adjusts. And it's
like I'm not there at all. It's really what it is.
What you're able to tell is like with the assistance of your armor, you are giving this jackalope the experience it typically has with an experienced Caledombro rider, in the sense that they know when to shift their weight and when to like let it loose and like to like be gentle and be like a little more firm with their grip. And because you've basically like your armor, like your Omni tool analyzes the motion and then like kind of like shifts, and like parts of your armor is like actually like breaking apart and reassembling and then breaking apart and reassembling to like give you different weight. You're not actually having to do much of the work, as your center of gravity is just being shifted around this thing. And it is confused at first because it doesn't seem to expect it. And then it figures it out and is like actually able to go even harder and keep up with Ward pretty well.
One up for science. Hell yeah.
Porter, you been doing them leg lifts?
I think Dex, riding off of spending a night with 20-year-olds who aren't wardens for the first time, like when Porter's like, I don't know what that means, Dex is like, you have to use your abs. You got abs, right?
No, I don't have abs.
Porter, I gotta get you down on the core workouts, bud. Look, arms and legs can come and go, but your core's everything.
I don't have arms or legs either.
You know, that's what I'm trying to. All right, tonight, Porter, I'm gonna work you out.
Porter, it is a rough ride for you. It's not hell. It's not like super bad. You do take 2 points of fatigue damage as a result. But you ultimately, like, it's rough. You don't really ever feel like you are in tandem. It's kind of like just being on a fucking like a rodeo bull, like at a bar, but like at a setting that you can definitely stay on it for as long, like you can definitely just stay on it. It's not challenging you, but it's not fun. Especially after the first hour when you're still like kind of being like, oh god, Jesus, oh, this is awful. It's like being in like the worst wagon with like a broken wheel ever. Like you're just getting so jumbled up. And you're like, your body is getting like sore, more and more sore as you go. And because you are effectively not really working in tandem with the jackalope, your jackalope is being a little bit more rambunctious, and Tenuto is like keeping it in line as yours like kind of veers away from the rest of the group. And then Tenuto like kind of like, you see like you and Tenuto are like working together at the back of this thing as they have a pretty like consistent, like all of the other jackalopes are kind of like moving together, like sometimes jumping together and jumping apart and jumping together and jumping apart, like this kind of like actually really beautiful scene of this like little like herd of jackalope like moving through the treetops at extreme high speeds with extreme comfort. And then at the back there's just 2 jackalopes that are like in their own little dance, separate from everything else, like bouncing a little bit, like one bounces, the other one bounces, and like just like keeping them in line. And you guys, you stay with the group. You don't like lose control of your jackalope or anything, but it is not pleasant. And you guys travel for about like 6 to 8 hours before you stop. At which point, like Porter, like your arms and legs feel a little, they don't feel like noodly, like you're fine for the next leg, but like you also haven't worked this hard in a while. So you're like, you're like a little bit out of breath. Everyone else is like kind of okay. Like you feeling a little bit of a burn and everything, and a little bit of like a disorientation when you were like get off the jackalopes and like feel your feet on solid, like on a solid surface. Like there's a little bit of like a weirdness to the way that your body is like trying to equalize its balance. But Porter, like you land on it and you like kind of stumble and like have to lean up against like a tree trunk to like kind of regain and like reorient yourself.
How can a creature so fuzzy be so fucking uncomfortable? Ow.
The jackalope does like kind of nudge you with its antler as it moves by to go drink some water out of a bucket.
yeah, same to you.
There you guys are able to eat some food, eat a light food, rest up. And even in this rest, even for someone like Porter who like really felt that last ride, this little bit of a reprieve does a lot to kind of reset and get your body upright. And you're like, okay, I'm feeling a little bit more like I'm okay here. This is fine. Then Ward says, all right, we're going to travel for another 8 to 10 hours as the jackalopes are ready for it, depending on their pacing. And then we'll set up at the larger Waypoint, a way station for the evening, and we'll continue on. This is going to be a 3-day trek. So halfway through day 1, you all did great. Good job. And Tenuto actually takes you aside, Porter, and is like, having some trouble?
No, I'm doing just fine. If you can't tell,
do you need a saddle?
Perfectly. I'd really like a saddle. Will it make my ass hurt less?
No.
Great. Lovely. Well, hopefully at least it feels like I can stay on the thing.
It'll make you feel that way. If you want my advice, I'd say give this next leg a chance. If you need a saddle for the next 2 days, you'll need a saddle for the next 2 days.
Does she just not like me?
I don't know. Let's find out. And he leads you over to the jackalope, who like looks up, like water and like food and slop like dripping down its fuzzy big face, and it goes.
Hey, they're gorgeous. Hey! Oh, you're looking beautiful tonight.
It rams. She rams her like forehead into your chest, kind of like shoving you back away from her.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Oh, like says Tenuto, and he goes, all right. Let's try this again. And he puts his hand on your back and like moves you forward again. And the jackalope like looks at you for a second. Like it's big dark eyes, just kind of like regarding you.
Do you want?
As soon as you say something, it butts you in the chest again.
Okay.
But Tenuto is ready for it and actually stabilizes you, and it hurts. You take another point of hit point damage as or maybe to your armor, I guess. Bypassing the toughness.
The toughness will be bypassing the toughness. Sure. That's fair.
You take a like it's like ooh, it like knocks and like you like hurts your ribs. You got a bruise now. But Tenuto like holds you steadfast. And the jackalope like pulls back, and you see its face looks like a little excited, and you see that little tail moving again.
Yeah.
And he's like, grab her antler and give it a tug. Just as hard as you can, straight down.
Okay.
You reach out, you grab, and like you pull it down, and then it lifts you up. And you like let go and like drop down, and then it like kind of bounces a little bit, and then it shoves you in the chest again. And Tenuto wasn't ready for that one, so you bounce into the like tree a little bit, but now it's like kind of bouncing around you, and then like it steps back, looks at you as you kind of recollect yourself from being shoved against the tree, and then she like turns and bounds over to another branch and like tackles one of her brothers down like a couple levels. Yes.
Okay.
Now she likes you.
Great. She likes to play. That's how fun.
I've never met a jackalope that doesn't like to play.
I'll keep that in mind then.
And after a little bit of respite for about like 30 or 45 minutes, you all are astride the jackalope again.
That's a breather, right?
That's a breather, yeah.
Sadly, Porter died on the trip back to Dearborn.
Death by jackalope. And
We've seen it before. Death by jackalope.
we have many a time.
Sure.
Number of times.
Right.
Okay. You all are going to get a +4 to this next wrangle test. And this will be the wrangle test for the rest of the journey, not just for this next leg.
Good. +4.
I'm gonna do 2 more.
Porter, you get an additional +2.
Me too.
That's lovely. Oh shit!
Did you hear me say making my own luck twice?
Gotcha. And then Eloise, also same thing.
Yes, sir.
I play to the gallery again.
I am going to twist the knife.
Ooh, look at him go!
Yeah. It's taking the safe bet this time.
Coward.
I got 3 this time.
So it takes both of my in my element reliabilities, but I do get to 3 successes.
Okay. Eloise?
I got 4 again.
Okay. Gus?
3.
Okay. Porter?
I've got 4.
All right. No one takes any
Porter!
fatigue damage for the rest of the journey. So it continues this way for a little while, but basically what you're able to tell is they're right. Like the more comfortable you become on the back of the jackalope, the easier the ride is. it requires a little bit of work on your end, but a lot of it is just kind of like holding on. And once you kind of find the rhythm to move with this thing, it's actually really easy to kind of use its movements to make it so you don't have to do a lot of work. Porter, it gets a lot easier for you on that second half. So when the next morning starts, Tenuto goes, no saddle, right?
Nope, no saddle. I'll give it a shot.
He grabs your belt and like throws you up on top of the jackalope, and the second day goes without a hitch. At each night, the one thing is they're like, Ward says, now, like I said, this is a well-traveled part of the forest, but there's no accounting for when a beast may want to travel by. So for the most part, well, no lights. Keep the noise to a minimum. Just be part of the tree. So like it's pretty much like no chatting or anything. You guys only get as much sleep as you have to as you go to sleep early and then wake up early. With Tenuto and Ward kind of taking turns like watching overnight. You kick off again for day 2. You kick off again for day 3. By the time you get to day 3, you guys feel very at home with these jackalopes. To the point where like at the first break on day 3, like you all have kind of found your jackalopes like personality a little bit, and I've figured out like how to like play with them a bit. And as you get closer to the edge of the forest, Ward and Tenuto get a little bit more like calm and like relaxed, like letting like the jackalopes play a little bit more. They even there's one point where Tenuto sets up basically a massive slingshot and puts a little bit of food and like steps way back, and like the jackalopes all get in position, and like he lets go, and this scatter shot of a few like chunks of food fly way far down this like stretch of forest that's quite open, and the jackalopes all like leap around, one managing to like catch one in the air early and like land way down low, the other one's like leaping and like catching them as they go, and like basically all of them like leaping down and far away to catch all of this food before it hits the floor of the forest.
I think it was Porter's that caught it in the air, and that gives him an idea. I don't know if this is going to cost a cube or anything, but I think on whatever the next leg of travel that happens after this, he's got like a ball that he throws against the branches as they come up on him, and part of the game that the jackalope has is bouncing up to catch the ball, and that's how he kind of gets into the rhythm of riding this thing.
Sure. Roll a this is while you're traveling or just in general? Are you trying to do this while traveling, or are you just doing this during the breaks?
What while we're traveling?
Okay. Roll a range test at a -4 for me.
Fair. I don't have ergonomics, do I? All right, that's fine.
I mean, not on
It's
this.
a ball.
It's a ball, yeah.
Shut up. This ball's got advanced sights.
It's the accuracy on rubber ball.
Oh, wow. All right, come on now. Yeah, it's no hits.
Okay. It works for a bit. You do lose the ball in the journey.
I thought for sure you were gonna say on the first throw, you just huck it into the forest and it's gone.
No, it works for a bit. Like,
yeah, right.
It works for a little bit, but then eventually, like you just like throw an errant throw, and the jackalope is like, it's hairy for a second. Like the jackalope dives like straight down, almost seeming to forget that you're on its back.
Take the mulligan, take the mulligan, take the mulligan.
And Tenuto is able to like herd it back up, but the ball is lost to the vegetation below.
Sorry, Ginger. Oh, you're so
Heartwood's ball now.
Someone someday will find a big like 16-inch rubber ball. Like that is
There's just a random kickball in the middle of the Heartwood forest.
Imagine being the person who finds a kickball in the Heartwood.
Yeah, and eventually, kind of violently and suddenly, you all burst out of the forest and land on solid ground. Like, you're able to kind of sense it coming because all the jackalopes start moving a little bit down lower and the tree branches get a little bit less like robust. And then you're still like a good like 20 to 50 feet up in the air, depending on where your jackalope is in the order, as they make a final leap and like burst through the branches, like breaking a couple of them, leaves scattering into the wind, as they land out into the rolling grass hills of the garden proper. And that's where we're going to take our break. So we're going to take a little break here, and then we will continue with the journey of these drifters. I got 10:27 on the clock. We'll do about a 15-minute break here. So we'll see you guys in about 15 minutes. Go refresh your drinks, use the bathroom, predict what I'm going to do with this 20 grit, and we'll catch you guys after the break. And we're back. So, if you're just joining us, our drifters have made it out of the Heartwood Forest astride a bunch of jackalopes that have been very rambunctious and fun to ride. They are accompanied by Ward and Tenuto, who lead them to a little way station, as advertised. It's a little hut, like a little. I mean, it's not like tiny. It's not like a nothing hut, but it is like this. These kind of way stations are not so uncommon that you would be surprised to see one, but they are uncommon enough that, like, you know, a lot of times, like, they're on like main long strips where there are no settlements. Like, basically, it's almost like a homesteader who, instead of farming, is just like a peddler. And like they tend to be like kind of like stop by little like bed and breakfasts and like general stores, and you can like swing by this little way station, rest your head for a cheap price, barter if you have to, and move on your way. They usually have like a weird smattering of supplies necessary for transit in the area. And this way station is not very far from the edge of the Heartwood Forest here in the south of the garden. And so it's two stories, but as you kind of get there, you can see like through the windows, it's actually like it almost has like a lodge style, like the center of it is hollow, goes all the way to the ceiling, and then there's a little like balcony that kind of wraps in a horseshoe around that like leads to a couple rooms. And as you kind of like bound up on these jackalopes that are just having fun in the open field, rushing towards this thing, as you kind of like get up, the jackalopes seem really eager for you to get off of them, as like an old woman in like her early 70s like steps out. She's got a big like sun hat and like a very nice like dress, and like tall like reddish brown like heeled like boots that go all the way up to her knees. And she steps out kind of fanning herself with a fan. And as you all kind of get off the jackalope, she says to the jackalopes forward, "Well, go on then." And they just bound over the fence and run around in like the paddock in the back, like jumping around. You see them like jumping at where the horses are in the stables, and the horses like kind of kick back, and like the jackalopes jump on top of the stables and then jump around and then like splash in the water in the trough and just like make a whole fucking mess, like kick over a hay bale. And she goes, "Ward, Tenuto," and they go, "Chanda." And they walk up. She puts out her hand, and they both like kiss her, the back of her hand. And she goes, "What'd you bring me?" And they go, Ward and Dexter Bailey, Eloise Reynolds, Porter Janus, and Gus Gurley of Winona Valley. She goes, "Oh, neighbors."
Yeah.
And she goes, "Well, come on up here out of the sun. Let me get a look at you." And you all like are able to like step up onto the porch. And she goes, "Right. Well, welcome to Chandra's palace. Chandra's palace. How may I be of service? You here to rest up? You just dropping them off? What's the deal?" And Warden Tito goes, "We're heading back in the Heartwood right away on our jacks, but we figured you could tend to the others while we're away." And she goes, "Of course, anything for the tribe." And she goes, "And how about you four? Where are you heading off to?"
Our next stop is Waypoint. Is that correct?
It's Mayapunto. We have a helicopter.
Oh, that's right. We gotta get the I always forget about that damn helicopter.
It has your company's name on the side.
Your
It's
girlfriend built
literally
it with
your
her
helicopter.
2 hands.
No, I know. Look, I didn't need to be dressed down for it.
Well,
Trying to get to Mayapunto, if you could point the way for us.
Well, sure. Mayapunto is going to be quite a ways that way.
Sure.
I don't. Is this going to be one of the deals where I gotta deal with Mercer? And Ward says, They didn't have a transport when we got them, but they did. They did right by the Legionnaires, and is a friend of Legionnaires is a friend of ours, of course. And she goes, "Yeah, Legionnaires. Oh, bless their souls, keeping us safe. Oh, well, all right. If you want to go ahead and rest up here for the night, you're happy to. But you got plenty of sunlight left to travel. If Ward and Tenuto here vouch for you," and she looks at them, and then like they almost miss a beat for like the first time as Ward's like, "Oh, we do." She goes, "Right, then I can loan y'all a couple of horses. You can give a little writ by me to Mia Mercer. She can tend to them until I see fit to grace Mayo Ponto with my presence once more."
That sounds like a fair enough deal.
All right, now I can't convince y'all to stay, she says to Ward and Tenuto specifically. "It'd be nice to hear about what's happening back home." And they're like, no. We do need to head back. We can make it back to the first watering hole, if we leave now. She goes, "All right, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, look, I had a feeling something told me that there was going to be some company today, so I made a little extra stew, but I suppose I'll put them in a thermos for you. You just go ahead and grab yourself a snack or whatever, and I'll get you something nice to eat. You four horses are going to be right by you. Do right by you. Otherwise, beggars can't be choosers, I suppose."
Horses will be fine.
All right. Well, they're going to be a lot slower than the jackalopes, but a lot more comfortable. He's Caledon, bro. Let me guess. Did you wear a saddle? Yeah, it seems about right. It would never. No. The luxuries of such a thing would be too mean to the jackalope. The jackalope, what don't know when a fucking squonk bites it on the ankle, it's so tough. But no. A saddle's too much. She wanders in, pours a couple of thermoses for Ward and Tenuto, and she goes, "Now, if you want soup, a lot of you will have to give me a spur, and you can have some soup for the road as well as a run of the store here." And she gestures at basically like a small general store built into this little place. You see all sorts of things. You see necessary things. You see like some machinery cubes, tech cubes, first aid cubes, stuff like that. You see a couple fuel cubes even. But you also see like little luxuries, little like niceties of the road. Gus, specifically because of something you've said recently, something that might catch your fancy is she has jars of candy. She has a couple like cane candies and some like little gummies and some licorice. She's got them all like kind of like propped up nearby the window so the light hits them just right. They're very colorful, very tasty looking. And she hands the thermoses to Ward and Tenuto. And then like as you guys are kind of contemplating, she does like walk out and like swing open one of the windows, like open wide, pushing it out, and she goes, "Hey!" And one of the jackalopes full on like almost does a backflip as it like scared like jumps away from something it shouldn't have been in, and like its legs kick out and flail randomly, like but its hind legs go one way and its front legs go the other way as it's like ah! And then it like lands and bounds all the way over the stable and like runs out into the field, disappearing behind some hills. And she goes, "Damn right. I thought you said you fed them when you took these treks." And Ward and Tenuto's like, "Oh, well, we needed to make good time." And then she goes, yeah. Go ahead. Warm yourself by the fire. What's it gonna be?" She says to the four of you. "Need anything before I send you on your merry way?"
Yeah. Yeah, I could do with some stuff. I would love some soup.
All right, we'll fork over a spur. You can have a soup and oh, I see you eyeing that candy. You can have a little pinch of that if you like to.
Here's 2 spurs, and I would love to have a little more than a pinch.
Have at it, big man.
I've not much in the way of spurs, but where's your tonic collection? I'm not seeing too many battles around.
Well, every once in a while, bandits like to try to come over here and get a little bit of an easy picking on old Chanda, but well, I keep them in a drawer ever since. Mostly because if they get hit by a bullet, that kind of runs them a little moot. And she opens up a drawer, and you see there's a pistol next to a couple like tonics like that are like placed on like a little tray. And she pulls them out and like sets out a few tonics. They're all standard quality. At a glance, you can see there's a couple healing tonics and a couple antidote tonics. Nothing tier 2. Everything's tier 1.
Quite smart. If you could supply us just for the trip and with the horses, I suppose I could part with a couple of well, I've got a +1 finesse tonic. I've got a healing tonic. Perhaps I could trade for you. What kind of things will we need for this trip to Mayapanto? Probably food, right?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are gonna have enough like rations and supplies for that. That's no big deal. She also goes, well, the horses are on loan. They ain't yours. You got to give them over to Mercer, and she's gonna look after them for me.
Fair enough.
But if you need supplies along the way, yeah, I'll take a tonic and trade. That's fine by me.
Well done.
And so basically what she's gonna strike, unless you want to roll for something better, tier 1 tonics are going to be worth 1 spur to her, and tier 2 tonics are going to be worth 3 spurs to her.
That's a little below standard, isn't it? Am I?
Well, knowing that she's going to have to resell them is part of it. She's
That's
basically rounding down on the tier 1 and then being even on the tier 2.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, I'll definitely roll for something better. I at least only have 1 spur, and I don't know what we might need for the trip. But also, if she's got any first aid kits, I'm gonna try and get something sweeten the deal.
Sure.
Okay, let's use some of these maxi talents that I have. Right. First of all, it's the first impression, so I get +1, right?
Yep.
I mean, the rest of this is kind of fine. Don't need to motivate anybody. Yeah, all right. This is just a straight manipulate.
Yeah. You're gonna try to manipulate.
You.
It's a little preview of the song that Seth's writing.
That's right. That's one.
My good friend, you are up against an 11.
Oh, lovely. I love a challenge. All right, so it's 14.
Wait, you're rolling challenge?
Oh, hold on a second. Okay, let me.
Okay.
3 spurs for a tonic? Reach for it.
So immediately Porter turns heel, kills Chanda and Ward and Tenuto, and is like, "This is my way station now." Right before Dex puts a bullet in between his eyes.
Yeah, no, you ain't that fast, dog.
All right. I think I could probably spend some grit if I wanted to, but before I do that, I'm just gonna re-roll this entire thing. I'm gonna use Wink and a Prayer here.
Okay. That
how bad was it?
I mean, it was tens, It wasn't
Sure.
terrible, but it was 1 less than I needed, and I think we just start from scratch, it should be fine.
Yeah, probably just.
Let's give it another go.
Well, that was way worse. Oh, I can't even re-roll this 20. It's only 120, but oh goodness gracious!
It's what a supercut of Seth rolling dice on this show.
I mean, this isn't even important, Like it doesn't do anything for fate if you just give me this nice roll to get some fucking spars. All right, I can't manipulate her. I'm not going to spend grit at this. I'll just take. I'm going to sell her.
What was your highest?
It was 9.
Okay. So she only gets 1 success over you. So yeah, those prices are the prices, but by the end of your guys' conversation, she likes you.
I'll take that.
Like you
Yeah, I mean-
realize you're not gonna get through to her. She gives you a couple really quick, like well-trained like snapbacks when you're like, oh well, this would be really nice. She goes, it would be, wouldn't it? and
I spent 3 days working on this one. It's it's excellent quality.
wow, a whole 3.
That's right.
And to think, now you're selling it to little old me for spur. Ain't that just the way things sometimes? But like you immediately realize like you're not going to get her to budge on her prices, and so then you just start like talking to her normally without that angle, and she like catches like notice of like the buttons on your jacket, and it's like, now if I ain't crazy, that's from the shipping yards of Markham's Landing right there, that symbol.
Oh, that certainly is. I don't get too many people out here recognizing that.
Well, we get all sorts around here. Well, we got a sailor here. A little bit landlocked for you, but yeah. I suppose you came from south, so you may have gotten a glimpse of the old Lake Jacobson. You ever traverse that thing? Smells like shit, don't it?
And it's miles and miles of it too. I'll tell you what. You have to find your own entertainment just to figure out a way for your nose to ignore it.
I heard of a fella who got caught in a rainstorm on Lake Jacobson, lasted for 2 days, and the fella came up to dock butt naked. Every single pair of clothes he had melted through.
Yeah, old acid pants Adam. I remember that story. He's a legend around those parts. I've never heard him myself, but I hear he likes to find a bar that he's never been to before, just to see if somebody will listen to his story. He always walks in and somebody knows it.
As a general rule, I tend not to give any credence to the story on account of I'm afraid it might incentivize some people to show up without anything on, just say it was a storm.
No, and that wouldn't be a treat for you. It'd be a hindrance. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it depends on the company now, don't it? Current company, I would have no complaints, of course.
You sassy Brad. Right. I love her so much. I'm gonna sell her 2 tier 2 +1 finesse tonics and 1 tier 2 healing tonic for 9 spurs.
Cool. You get 9 spurs, which you can use to get you could get 2 first aid cubes out of that. You could get a decent amount of machinery tech. What are you looking to grab?
Will she sell? Oh, actually, I'm definitely I'm gonna get 1 first aid cube.
Okay.
And then what does Eloise need, tech or machinery?
Or do we need
No.
fuel?
I've got fuel.
Both,
Okay.
actually. So,
In that case,
probably machinery is better for multi-purpose.
I'm also gonna sell her 2 tier 2 sleep toxins if she wants them.
Yeah, she'll take them.
Great, lovely. And then I can get what? 2 tech or 2 machinery cubes?
Yeah, machinery cubes are going to be
machinery and tech.
Machinery is going to cost you 2. Tech is going to cost you 3, and first aid is going to cost you 4. And we're not dealing with enough spurs here that you'll run her out of her stock.
You said first aid is 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got one that altogether I sold 15 spurs worth. So I've got 11. And then I'll get 2 tech cubes, which is another 3, right?
Another 6 if it's 2 tech
6
cubes.
Yeah, that's right. Down to 5, and then machinery cubes
Or 2 each.
are 2 each. And then will she just give me a spore?
Yeah.
Great. And so those machinery and tech cubes are for you, Eloise.
Yeah, so you put out the tonics, you grab the supplies, and then she kind of eyeballs what supplies you grabbed, and then flicks a spur on top of it, and she goes, even trade.
Quite kind of you.
Sorry, that was how many of each of those? I thought
It was
you were
2
keeping.
tech cubes, 2 machinery cubes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else need any general supplies?
Well, I got one more spur Ale or Dix, y'all want some soup?
I'm all right. Save your spur.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
All right. Well, I guess I'll one spur. All right.
Gus,
Oh
you
yeah, wait, no, I can buy stuff with that still. Okay, I guess I'll do that.
Gus, you grab a thermos of soup, and you grab a healthy helping of candy. And unless you go completely buck wild, she also gives you a machinery cube.
Oh,
She like watches you grab it. She goes, "Yeah, I thought you might have an appetite to match your size, but it looks like Winona Valley just runs too deep. You just a little too polite, son. Here, go ahead, have this." And she like hands you like a little like sack with like different like necessary machinery parts and stuff.
oh, well, thank you so much, neighbor. Yeah, no, I mean, some of this is for me. I mean, everybody likes candy, but that's sort of why I get some. Anybody could use some, kids or grown folk. So it's a nice way to sort of help people get to know you.
Yeah, I find it keeps people quite jolly around here.
Yeah, especially those ranchers.
Mm-hmm. And you guys are able like to collect your things. You have a little bit of the soup. It's very, very good. Nothing too crazy going on in it, but like it's still very good. Freshly made.
Like a good soup.
Yeah. And
Did we both just see that?
yeah, we both did the hand symbol. And Ward and Tenuto get their jackalopes ready and get your horses ready. And as you all kind of are like getting ready to head on your way, Chanda's back on the porch fanning herself with her fan. Ward and Tenuto astride their two jackalopes. They look to you as you climb up on your horses and they go, "Best of luck to you."
Thank you.
Thanks.
Same to you.
Old lady, young buck. And they ride off into the forest, just like booming off of their position. Your horses kind of like whinny and like pull back a little bit as the jackalopes burst towards the forest and disappear into the branches. And she goes, "Whew. Those are the days, huh? Well, y'all have a safe trip over to Mia. Oh, here, let me go ahead and she reaches out to whoever's closest to grab a little envelope. She goes, "That there, you hand that to Mia Mercer. Let her know these horses are mine. She's to tend to them to the best of her capabilities, and eventually I'll call upon her to return them."
Will do.
Will do.
I hope she's half as pleasant as you are.
Yeah, now I did write the number of horses in there. So if any of you trying to funny business, she's gonna know something's up.
I'm sure my forgery skills are well up to the task of modifying letter. Don't worry about it, Chanda.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's all well and good until I come hunting for you. And she gives you a wink. And then she kind of like leans against the frame of her door as you all kind of like get your horses moving northeastward really, towards Mayaponto. And she watches you go, and then shuts the door. And you guys start heading away on these horses. Now, the journey to Mayaponto is about a week long. You basically are wrapping around the northern border of the Heartwood, and eventually making your way towards the area where the pilgrimage comes out of it, or rather goes into it. And it just takes a while on horseback, but the journey actually turns out to be relatively safe and uneventful. You're not skirting too close to the forest. You're not accosted. It doesn't seem like this is a very heavily traveled area. You're not on really any trails. You're just on open grassland. Hills to your west, marking the horizon. Far, far beyond them is Glenspire, one of the big factory towns, center of agriculture on Manifest. And then the land is much more controlled and stable as you make your way towards the pilgrimage. No settlements to speak of between here and there, so it's just off-road traveling on horses. You guys have enough feed to keep them going and enough food to keep yourselves going, so ultimately relatively calm and easy. If anyone wants to roll shoot the shit, I'm not going to do a full shoot the shit where we all like are required to do it, but if anyone wanted to roll shoot the shit, and if all of you want to roll shoot the shit, you're welcome to. But I'm putting it out there. If anyone wants to roll shoot the shit at anyone, feel free. Otherwise, you guys can have a leisurely, kind of quiet, like status quo journey towards Mayoponto.
I think rather than rolling shoot the shit, I'm gonna try and finish my rolls on this tonic.
Okay, cool. Poor's just hard at work.
Yeah, I'll roll shoot the shit at Eloise.
Cool.
Okay, bet.
Eloise, Gus, do either of you feel the need to roll shoot the shit?
I was gonna work on a tonic too. I'll just work on a tonic. No, I mean I know everybody at this point pretty well. Yeah, I don't know who I would shoot the shit with.
Eloise?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Cool. Dex,
Actually, you know what? I want to roll at Porter.
okay. Gus and Dex, go ahead and roll.
Cool. I spend 3 grit to make my unlock 3 times.
Holy shit.
Monster.
I'm gonna make my own luck twice.
Shit.
It would just be weird to get bad blood now, you know?
I do get the last 3 successes to
Cool.
complete this tonic in 2 weeks.
Yeah. So in 2 weeks' time, you will have a fully functional, excellent quality, I think. You rolled twice. And it's what's the tier? It's a tier
Twice,
4, right?
and it's a tier 4, yeah.
Yeah, you will make excellent quality.
Lovely. And what's the date so that I can actually keep track of when it would be ready?
So you start this as you're leaving the way station. You will spend a week in travel. When you get to Mayoponto, it will be the 11th day of the 6th month. Which will have been 7 days.
Right.
And then you will have to wait until the 18th day of the 6th month in order.
I love that because that is Seth's birthday is the 18th day of the 6th month, so that's perfect. Hard to forget that one.
That's wonderful.
I love it. Okay. Dex, what did you get rolling for Eloise?
I got 4 successes.
Okay, Eloise and Dex will bond over something along the journey.
Interesting.
Ultimately, it's a nice, like, calm journey. The horses seem to have made this trip a few times. They know the way. It's just like rolling hills. The weather it's hot in this far south in the garden, but it's not oppressively hot like it would be on the other side of the Heartwood forest, basically, over Lake Jacobson and into the wastes. So right now there's a nice, like, during this journey, a beautiful amount of like clouds scattered in the sky, rolling around, north to south, south to north, along wind channels, and tall grass swaying. The sun is warm, but the wind is refreshing, and there's plenty of shade in the second half of the day from the Heartwood to your south. Kind of like south, southeasty, because you're like kind of in a little curved part of it. So you have a decent amount of shade along the way, and a decent amount of like clean, nice weather. Not a storm cloud in sight. It's just a nice, calm journey for all of you.
Yes, I think there's a time when like Porter, maybe it's when Porter's working on his stomach, honestly. Um, and Dex finds a moment alone with Eloise and like sits down next to her. I assume you're like sketching out for your leg or something.
Yeah, I don't actually have the materials to do anything, so yeah, that's probably what I'm doing.
I need to apologize to you.
Oh,
I made a mistake. And I'm sorry for it. After Porter made his speech about wanting to go after Henry Fawcett, um I saw the look on your face and I went and talked to him about it. And I should have come and talked to you.
oh, um, why would you don't have to apologize for that? You're allowed to talk to whoever.
No, I do, because what I realized is I made an assumption about what you wanted. And that's wrong. I should have done that. And know that I don't know if it's hurt you, but it was the wrong thing to do. I should have come and talked to you and seen how you were feeling, what you wanted.
Um, that's Dex, that's okay. Um, I like look over my shoulder, see if like um Porter or Gus can hear. They can't, so
No, Porter's very focused.
yeah.
Gus is like an old farmhand, immediately taken to like tending to the horses when you guys set up camp.
Cute.
He's like you for a second see he seems much younger as he's walking out and like kind of spreading the hay out for them to eat, like kind of just like walking along, and then he like kind of like shoves one of them gently to like make them make room for another as he kind of like feeds them all. Not a wrangle test needed, as Gus's background fully gives him the ability to tend to these horses.
Um, I think you know, I maybe I've been just real slow. I thought because I've been thinking about it a lot, and I thought that maybe I would, because I was never really, since my dad died, I was never really first for anybody. And I thought that maybe I would be, it felt like I was, before all of this with Porter, when we would like do the little ribbons on each other's doors, and then we'd like play Pio and go eat breakfast together, and like we had like a little system, and it was good and fun and nice. But I think I'm just okay not being thing that I think I'm okay being steady second on that, because Porter's always like whatever's right in front of him, whether it's like whatever he's feeling, it's like Henry Fawcett or his family or punching water or whatever that was, like that's always the most, whatever he's like focusing on, that's like the most important thing. And I thought that I wanted to be that, but I think that doesn't really happen. I don't think that I think maybe the people who are together are people who can be apart, but then like maybe come back to like a like a house, metaphorically, obviously. So I think maybe I think that just you know, I never really saw anybody who was together except for my oldest brother and his now wife, and they're weird. And I think, because they're like all up in each other's faces all the time, and it's gross. And there it was then. I suppose I wouldn't think so now. Anyway, because, my mom died when I was real little, and so I never really seen. I think the people that I've seen the most is actually the DeCastros, because they're together. Obviously, they're married. Do you know that you met them?
I've met him a handful of times.
Yeah. And they do like the same thing but separate, What were we talking about?
I mean, you know what my life has been like. I haven't had a lot of opportunity to be in a romantic relationship, but I've had the chance to see ones that are healthy. And it doesn't they can take all shapes and forms, but it doesn't always mean that your partner is first always. Sometimes there are things that you have to deal with. But in my experience, your partner is first usually. It's not the same. It's extremely not the same. But Isabel is Isabel's my mom. And in our time together, it took a while before I was able to recognize it. But almost everything she did for me. I have to imagine that any kind of loving relationship is founded on that, at least part of it. I guess what I'm trying to say is if it's important for you to be first for someone, you deserve someone who can do that for you. And if that's Porter, great. I'll be happy for both of you. But if that's not, Don't settle.
I think I think for the very first time ever, like reach out and grab Dex's like hand, like he's like set it down and I like do the like on top of the hand thing, like not like holding hands.
Mhm.
Anyway, how do you know if it's for you?
I think it's gonna make you really mad. It's not always a thing you get to know with your head.
Oh,
But hey, there is nothing wrong with you. If it happens, you'll know.
okay. It's just like I still feel like I don't really fit anywhere, Dex. You know?
I'm really sorry you feel that way.
I feel like I'm just like it's like those little kid toys where you gotta fit the shape in the thing and then it goes through the board. And it's like stars and moons and stuff. And like you're trying to like fit the star into the like circle and like it almost fits, but then you gotta jam it in there and then it's stuck and then you gotta hit it out from the other side. And I feel like I feel like I almost fit in a lot of places.
Hell, if you almost fit in a lot of places, you just gotta keep jamming that star through the circle. Being a part of things is work. Listen, I found my calling and I'm on the path I'm supposed to be on. I didn't immediately fit in at the peak. I was a fucking angry kid. I was mad about what had happened to me. I was mad about what they wanted me to do. I was mad that sometimes they wouldn't tell me why.
I'm always mad because people don't tell me why. People don't make any sense most of the time.
Well, if I learned anything on that mountain, it's that sometimes you don't get to know why. Sometimes you find out later. But even then, sometimes you just don't get to know why.
I guess. I guess. Isabel kind of feels like everybody's mom, except for I think to Gus, who I think she was very flirty with.
Yeah, extremely. It was very uncomfortable for me.
But she kind of felt like if I had a mom that's she's very I like her.
She likes to take care of people.
I think you're real lucky.
Me too.
And A little bit later in the journey, a little bit later in the week.
Oh, I don't want to do mine now after that. So good.
Gus, what did you roll?
I mean, I got 2. Like, it's not an issue of rolling; it's an issue of content.
Well, Porter gets to learn something about Gus. Porter gets
Yeah, because that's what we all want to do right now. We all want to learn something. Have Porter learn something about Gus. Fine, Porter, you can learn something about Gus.
You opted for this role, my friend.
Yeah, but I thought it was gonna be like, Porter, gotta get back on track with L, my man. But after that,
Yeah.
I thought we were doing repair work over here. I thought Dex and I understood. I gave Dex a look. He nodded. He went over to talk to Eloise. I went over to talk to Porter. We had a job to do, and Dex went rogue.
Yeah, Porter, you get to learn something about Gus. Something you want to know about Gus.
Yeah, I think Porter. I think he really admires how much time Gus spends with the horses and takes care of them and rubs them down, does all of that thing. I think after a little while he, not that he's very helpful, but he does kind of like join you in those activities just because he likes watching you do them. And he strikes up a conversation about working on the farm and learning how to do all these types of things, and it kind of gets around to so was it your family that gave you your penchant for religion, or what was it that started you on the path to Lana, as it were?
Well, yeah, we all sort of, we read the Verities, and we had we sang the songs. We'd have a preacher come by every so often, someone roving around the valley, they'd stop by. And we'd, have them in, and we talk about the Verities with them, and I don't know, it was just such a natural part of life. I didn't it didn't even feel like this. It sounds wrong. It didn't even feel like a choice. It just felt like something that we did, and something that, I don't know, it was part of me.
I mean, I suppose I see what you mean. It sounds wrong, but you've had the time to reflect on it, I think, right? Like, if it felt wrong, you would have decided that a while ago, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still figuring myself out, I think. I got a lot of road ahead of me, got a lot of choices, I think. No, yeah, I've had some time. I've had some time to look back. Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, it's hard sometimes. Cause to have something that was such a truth to you growing up, something so fundamental and foundational, you come out and it gets, I guess, challenged sometimes, but I don't know, people look at it in different ways and whatnot. But for me, it's just it's how my mind works and how my heart works. It's my center of balance. It's when I'm having a bad day, how I pick myself up. When I'm having a good day, I feel it ringing through my soul. It's it ain't something I think, or even something I feel. It's something I am. I'm it, and it's me, and it's, I don't know. It truly is, the middle of me, Porter. And I've seen the good it could do for me. I saw the good it could do for other people. It's something that if you live right by and abide by, it makes everything just a little better, I think.
It sounds comforting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it ain't always easy, right? Uh sometimes, sometimes you wake up on the wrong side of the bed and you'd like to just sort of stay on the wrong side of the bed, but, that ain't on balance. And if you're off balance and tip somebody else on your day and they tip somebody else, then, world's just a little more off kilter for it. So, it ain't always easy, but if you set yourself right, you put that out into the world, then, you can help pick somebody up and they help pick somebody up, and you know, it's a difference of world's a little worse off around you, world's a little better off around you.
Hmm. Matter of balance.
Yeah.
It's it's strange. Not that I'm the most observant Ictitarian, but most of our guidance is more focused on maintenance than balance, I suppose. There's the the algae, which is bad, right? And the scurf,
Mhm.
the scales of the fish garden, that's good, and it's very one or the other. You're either a bad person spreading terrible things or a good person who gets rid of the terrible things. But in terms of guidance, it's not much there. It's kind of something that you have to figure out for yourself. The fish god's just a fish. It's a giant, powerful fish, but it's not like he's gonna talk to us and give us any sort of this is the right thing. It's more you do it yourself, and at the end of it, you find yourself in the sea above, and you can only hope that your soul gets taken care of. But I don't know. There's something to be admired about trying to maintain balance. I guess that's something I never, I can never figure out.
Yeah, Porter. I mean, yeah, I suppose it's tough, right? Like, and it's tough because on this trip, I tend to think of people as imbalance or off balance, and there's always some amount of balancing that can be done to make people right, like Alf. But I think we met some. Was the algae is the bad one?
That's right.
I think we truly might have met some algae, but you know, you set yourself on this. I'm sorry, this is your religion, but seems to me that if you set yourself on this like path of good versus bad, then you're on this quest in this crusade, and sort of you're never done with it, right? You're moving towards this thing, and I think that can be nice for a lot of folks, but I don't know. If there's one thing this journey's said to me, it's there's big journeys and big crusades and big quests, and those are right and kind for a lot of folk, but honestly, I would love to wake up and help make the world around me a better place just a little bit at a time every day. I'd love to get the folks around me, keep them on balance, and help them do the same for others.
But how do you know you're making a difference?
Well, I mean that's the tough part, right? Um, but you sort of hope for it. You hope you give people opportunity and hope they take it. Gave it to Alf. He turned himself around. You know, you toss away somebody's gun in the middle of a fight and you let them run away. You hope that they'll think about that moment down the road, and I'm pretty sure that they will. Um, you just sometimes you're the force to them. Sometimes you give them the opportunity to look for that down the road, be available to them when they want to make that choice, when they want to take that chance. But you know, if you make yourself open, you keep yourself available, you'll find folks and they'll find you.
Hmm. I'm glad I found you, Gus.
Glad I found you too, Porter. So how's this tonic? It smells weird.
It's a
I'm
work in
hoping-
progress.
I'm hoping that mellows out just a little bit. You know, as it ages, it tends to evaporate some of the more disgusting stuff. But it's a potent tonic. It might not.
Yeah, it's something. Oh, by the way, so now that we're done with the horses, go ahead and get down. We're gonna go ahead and lift our legs up for 20 seconds. We're gonna rest them for 10.
No, I hate I can't. Not tonight. Can I take one night of a break?
Yeah, you've been taking one out of a break for a few years. It seems like. Now
Okay.
get on down.
Yeah, right.
Fucking brilliant. All right. So, after a week's travel, Porter, you still have a week worth of work to do.
I thought you were about to tell this man you still have a weak core.
No,
He does.
no. Mayoponto and the Pilgrimage River hits the horizon, and you're able to make it there. Mayoponto, not much has changed. You're able to roll in. You see the Fetzen and Fetzen Lodge. You see the Schoon Shack. You see the stables, and under a small tarp, kind of peeking out, you see the Rumblin' Retail in the back. And yeah, you're able to make your way over to the stables, and Mia looks at the writ and goes, I suppose Chanda just decided this was... Look, this ain't your fight. she folds it up and slips it into a little like nest on the wall with a bunch of other like papers sticking out of it. And she goes, right, all right, well, I'll go ahead. Let's get those horses back here. Give me a hand here. And you, at least Gus, if not everyone, is able to help her.
Yeah, Mia, how you want to do this?
Mia Mercer leads the horses around. And with Gus's help, gets all the horses in the stables, returns the keys of the helicopter to Porter, I guess, is the one who made the deal.
That's right.
And you guys paid through the month. So she does go, well, technically you went a little bit over. And you just got a spur, we can call it good.
Yep.
Great.
She takes Gus's one spur.
You know what? A deal is made that is tilted in my favor, so I'll take that point.
What a payoff.
And she goes, perfect. All right. Well, safe travels ahead.
Thank you.
And she's like, it's all fueled up and ready to go. So it's just Chanda didn't say anything else besides just give me that letter, right?
Oh no, she
No.
said this.
And it would all be fine. It would all be fine. Yeah, it's what. Yeah, she would. She would say it would all be fine. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I'll take care of the horses.
And when she comes back, give her a hi from Porter Janus. All right.
Yeah, I'll be sure to do that. You and Dex know she's not going to.
Yeah, well.
And you're all able to load up into the Rumbling Retail at your leisure. You are in a town. There is an LRC tower. There's more supplies to be grabbed if needed before you guys travel on. This is your first time back in a town for over a week. Many weeks, in fact. I think it's been almost 20 days.
Well, hey, if it's been almost 20 days, she's got to give Gus his fur back. That's not a month.
You paid through to the end of the month. The month has rolled over.
Gotcha.
First and last
Okay,
month's
okay,
rent.
okay. Gotcha. I was about to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney you.
This is a helicopter landlord. We're not getting a good deal.
I think Porter has written a letter Porter has done this. Seth has not. So I have no idea what the letter says, but he has written a letter. And if there's a post office that he can leave it at to send it to Markham's Landing, he'd like to do that.
Yeah. You leave it with the LRC operator,
Lovely.
and are able to, like, they basically will give it to a nomad pack to kind of pass along a variety of chains of nomad packs that will get it to Markham's Landing. They're like, well, you know, the nomad packs that come through Mayo Ponto, they don't really make their way to Markham's Landing too often, but well, we can go ahead and there's a couple seafaring ones that'll make it to the waste, and the waste will kind of ping pong around for a little while, and they'll make a way to Markham's Landing. I think that's the best way to go about it.
As long as the path exists, you know, it's nothing pressing. As long as it gets to the intended mark, that's what I care about.
Yeah, it sure will. Yep. If you don't need to be urgent or nothing, it won't cost you no spurs or nothing. We'll go ahead and we'll call it good. When the next nomad pack comes down the river, we'll go ahead and just hand it to them, and they'll move it along.
Yeah, that's quite kind of you. Thanks so much, my friend.
Yeah, of course, no problem. Always hoping to have another seafaring wastelander, Markham's Landing city folk person like you.
Do appreciate that.
Now, when I got your attention here, Duo, I do carve these little dolls, though, and if you were interested, in something for your missus, I think maybe perhaps you might find something that might catch her fancy here.
You know,
it pulls away dramatically like a little curtain.
Yeah. I love that. I love that so much. I am unmarried, but I'll take a look at the things, and I think in the course of like inspecting these dolls and being like, oh yeah, lovely, very nice, he does say, oh, by the way, have you got the new Light in the Darkness by no chance?
Well, sure, I'll go ahead and check here. And he pulls down like a screen and a keyboard, and like. Looks like I mean, what issue you got? Oh yeah. All right. Well, looks like the most recent one came out about 5 days ago. If you're interested, you got a subscription?
I certainly do. My name is Dexter Bailey.
Dexter Bailey.
I think you need my LRC tag.
Dexter Bailey. All right. Well, just go ahead and fork over your LRC tag, and I'll go ahead and print you out a copy.
You know, I left it in my helicopter. Can you just do a quick search for it? It should pop up.
Oh, I can wait. I'm not going anywhere.
No, this is just a lovely dial. How much did you say? How many spurs did you say this was?
What is this play?
Well, you can get 4 of them for 1 spur if you like.
4 of them for a spur?
Yeah, oh, 1 for each of your missings.
What is this man's name? It is so important.
Oh my god.
That's just lovely. Well, what do you say? I give you the spur, and I'll just take 1 of them for my missus. You can keep the change if I can get a printout of the new Light in the Darkness. What did you say the title was?
The title? Well, let me just go. This one's called Deepest Depths of the Heart.
Ooh.
It's intriguing. I don't remember any unended romantic storylines within. Well, it sounds fascinating.
I don't read.
You don't say. Anyway,
I can hear my roommates laughing. Yeah, he goes, all right, well, here's 1 old copy of Deepest Depths of the Heart, and nice little doll there for your missing.
I do take the ugliest one.
Oh, good choice. Good choice. That one's got a lot of character.
I can tell. Yeah.
Carved from the finest wood nearby the Heartwood.
That's
Nearby. Hey, this doll is cursed. B.
I-
Go ahead, Seth.
No, I want to hear what B is now.
Well, B is that this is Bug's ass ugly dollhouse.
My friend, you have been just incredibly kind. What? I'm sorry. What was your name?
Bertrand.
Bertrand.
Birdie.
Bertrand.
Birder. Some people call me.
Birder. I like that one.
Big B sometimes.
I like that one less. I'm going to call you Birder. Thanks, Birder. I appreciate that. This is very kind of you.
You're welcome, Mr. Bailey.
Odd.
All right, fair. All right, good. I love you. You're great. Bye now.
All right, so you write a letter back home to Markham's Landing. What about everyone else? Everyone else paying Birder a visit here in Mayo Ponto?
Is he the is
He's
he
the LRC operator right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
I do have to actually go to the LRC.
Gus just comes by doing a campy dance for no reason.
How dare you get out?
Yeah, Eloise, you swing by the LRC tower, the long range communication tower. There's an old man of an indistinguishable but definitely very old age there with a wispy curl of hair at the top of his head. And he regards you with what should be spectacles, but none are on his face as he goes, as his beady little eyes look down at you, and he goes, "Howdy, missus, how can I help you?"
Hi, I just wanted to check my messages.
All right, go ahead. Do you want a little bit of privacy? You can go around and have a private terminal, or if you need me to read, well, I can go fetch someone.
No, I'll be okay, thank you.
All right, well then, don't use the one on the left. Use the one on the right. The one on the left sometimes does a little bit of a. Well, just use the one on the right.
What does it do? Is it broken?
It does a little bit of a little. It's like a little shock to some people sometimes. Usually when a storm's coming.
Do you like that it does that?
No, ma'am.
Do you want me to fix it?
Well, I ain't got the parts. I'll fix it once I got the parts.
Okay. You know how to fix it?
Yes, ma'am. I've been working on this here LRC tower since I was a little boy.
Okay. And I just go check my messages.
Yeah. You
You gotta read to know which end plugs in where.
I can't with this guy.
a blue course connected to the blue plug.
God. It's like the song from the pacifier. It's like it way down. Oh.
I learned how to run this LRC tower from my pappy. He never taught me how to read none though. Said it would make me too strong.
We started talking to this guy at like 11:40 on the stream, and we will not be done talking with him till 1:30 tonight.
Check my messages.
Eloise, did you have a
My
message?
messages too.
Eloise, you have a message.
Great.
Yeah, you have a message from Clover Farthing.
I read it.
It says, "My dearest Briar, I must implore you make haste to Waypoint without delay. Send me notice the moment you have an estimated time of arrival, and I will charter a flight. Should you require additional incentive when it comes to the matter of your inheritance, you shouldn't take anything for granted. I can't say more here, and you should not inquire further. We have much to discuss, and if it must be in Waypoint, then I will meet you there. With love, Clover Farthing."
All right. Well, I right back. I print it out, first of all. I print that letter out. That's the nicest thing she's ever said to me. And then I write back and I tell her our estimated time of arrival, which is, I assume, like a week. ish.
Yeah, you're with the helicopter. You're about 5 days out, a little under
Okay.
5 days out from Waypoint.
Okay. So I tell her that I expect us to be arriving. If she plans to stay, I suggest that she stays at the place that I stayed. Was it the Bed and Brew? No.
The Free State Bed and Brew. Yeah,
Yeah. Did I stay at the Free State? Anyway.
you did. Yeah, you had a room there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks
The
like okay, yeah.
the like best room at the Free State. It'll be the closest thing to accommodations that she's used to. And then yeah, and then and I tell her that I'm anxious to see her again. And I do inquire about, and I say and I'm also anxious to hear what they want. They've been able to discern about Mr. Janus's situation. I don't expect a reply because I'll be fine, but I just want her to know. And then I will write. Oh God, what is his name? Billy? No, the one at the bank.
Oh, the head of the Bank of Waypoint,
Yeah,
Freddie Nab.
Freddie Nab. And I sent a message to Freddie Nab, requesting that he use funds out of Eloise's bank account to arrange for a room at the Free State for Clover Farthing. And I do tell Clover that I've tried to arrange a room for her there.
Okay.
So
And so you're sending a message through an LRC to Freddie Nab as Briar Farthing,
yes,
saying
Freddie Nab is the only person in the entire world who knew that Eloise was
cool.
Briar.
All right, cool. Yeah. So an urgent private message from Eloise to Freddie Nab, which Bobby or Byron, either one of the LRC operators at the Waypoint LRC tower, will respect the privacy of and deliver to Freddie Nab.
They won't know who Briar is anyway. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're able to send that off, no problem.
And then when he prints that letter out for me,
Oh,
that
it's
little
doing the thing.
message-
Oh, is this yours?
It is. Thank you.
All right.
And I have. This is a bad idea. Actually, it's not a bad idea because I know exactly what this thing is. I'm gonna tip him. This tier 1 mystery side effect healing tonic that I'm never gonna do.
You're just gonna give this old man a healing tonic?
Yeah, I literally have nothing else to tip him with.
Oh, mighty kind of you. Wow, this is too generous, young miss. Could I interest you in one of my dogs? I'll make a habit out of carving these here dolls, and sometimes, people come from all over to get them, and they're one of a kind. Never make the same doll twice.
No, this is just a tip for you. Why don't you, if there's ever somebody that you're sweet on that you want to give one to, you just go ahead and do that, and then it's like it's been paid for.
He uncorks it and smells it and goes, "What's it do?"
It's a healing tonic.
Oh, I threw out my hip the other day.
Oh no, is it gut rot? Is this man dead?
No,
You said you don't know what the side effect is, right?
it says 1 mystery side effect.
Side
But I
effect
will
is 3
spend the
damage.
grit if he's gonna die from gut rot. I will spend the grit or the hit point damage. or whatever. He's gonna poop his pants.
I shit you not. I rolled stiff joints. As the side effect. He goes, oh, I threw my hip out the other day. He takes a big sweat. He goes, oh. Very kind of you, young miss. And he like doesn't bend his arms as he like turns his whole body to like set the thing down, and then like goes over to the chair and like like slowly lowers himself into the chair, like every bone in his body popping. He goes like leans back, just like pop, 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 and then he like settles and goes, oh, you have a nice day now.
You too, sir.
We have to get away from this man.
No, let's stay here forever.
Gus, you said you were
No.
checking your messages?
I don't think I've had
Yes,
a message this
yes.
whole damn
You are.
time, and
I
I
don't
don't know
think
why
you're
that would
expecting
change.
any messages.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, you just swing
Right.
by and like you think it's unattended for a second, and then he goes, I'm down here. He goes, use the private terminal, don't use the one on that side, use the one on that side.
Yeah. No, sure thing.
You check, you're able to like kind of basically like peruse effectively like the newspaper and everything, but yeah, no private messages.
Okay. All right. Have a good one. Hey, wait. Are these old dolls? Gus does not
Oh,
say that. Gus
God.
leaves.
No, he goes, they ain't for sale.
All right. Guess he doesn't really want to talk about these dolls. All right. That's fine.
Have a day.
Hey, you as well. Oh my God. He's all
While everyone is checking their messages, I do go to the general store.
Okay, what you getting?
I put the light laser pistol on the counter.
That's relatively the reaction you get from like the person is like drinking water and is like, howdy.
Hi. I would like a fair amount of machinery and technology cubes for this.
Jeez.
But yeah, have at it. I'll inspect the quality. And he begins looking at this thing. Yeah, you without really pushing anything at all can get I mean, fuck. So basically what you have to do is you have to throttle not taking everything this guy has in his shop.
Sure.
The pistol is worth so much more than what this guy has
Yeah.
on hand in his shop. We'll go ahead and say that he has 100 spurs worth of supplies on hand, at least on display.
Okay.
Now there's other things too. You said general supplies like tech cubes, machinery cubes, first aid cubes.
Mhm.
If there were other specific things like you wanted a shittier gun or bad armor, he has those too.
No. Yeah, so I will get. I was sitting next to Eloise while she sketched out her leg. Addie, how many tech and machinery cubes do you need for a leg?
Hold on. Let me go to the page. I wrote it down, but it's on the computer. I have to check my Omni tool. Infinitely reconfigurable. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Okay. So, a full leg is 4 first aid, 5 tech, and 5 machinery. I do have 2 tech and 2 machinery already.
I get the 4 first aid, the 5 tech, and the 5 machinery. And then That's what? That's 16 plus 10 plus 15.
Mhm.
So that's 41. So we
Mhm.
got 59 spurs worth of stuff left.
You've taken almost half of his inventory.
Um, and I'll get 2 more first aid cubes, and 3 more machinery cubes.
Okay.
Is he open to just giving me the rest in spurs?
He can give you 20 spurs right now.
Okay. I'll take 20 spurs. Is there fun candy here?
Yeah, you can. He gives you like you like
I
glance
take
over.
the whole fun candy.
Yeah, you glance over, you see the shelf. He's like, "You want it?" And he just like starts grabbing the jars and like setting them down. You get like 6 mason jars of different candies.
Great. And I don't actually even really know if that's like a fair or an amount where it's like, I've received a fair deal. Unless I can read on him that I'm getting absolutely fucked by stopping here. Like, I'm good with this.
He's not. You're not getting absolutely fucked by any means, but like you can tell that he is like, "I'm so sorry that I don't have the like the metric." He's like a straight up like he is on an honest businessman. He goes, I mean, if you took this to Glenspire, you could get something a little bit better for it. I mean, like at least a little bit more than I can offer.
I don't spend a lot of time in town. I'm happy to have the supplies now.
All right, well, yeah. Go ahead and take. Are you sure this is enough? You sure you don't want none of this? And like you can tell, like he is like, I feel the need to give you more, but also like you can read on his face that he's like he can't. It's like he is nervous about the fact that he's like, if I give you everything in my shop for this
What
pistol,
will he sell?
yeah, he's like
a
this pistol.
salesman now.
This pistol is like a possible profit, and I might liquidating my entire stock for this pistol is not a good like plan, but it's also like the most valuable thing he's probably had come through his store in like years, if not ever. And
Sure. I'll get I guess like 2 more first aid cubes and 3 more machinery cubes and call it good there if that seems good.
yeah, he piles them on. He helps you actually carry them to the rumbling retail. He helps you load it up, like bringing like these like trolleys out from the back room, and like helps you like load up like crate after crate of supplies into the rumbling retail.
Yeah, and I give, hey, Al,
Yeah.
build your leg. And I hand over the supplies for your leg.
Dix, how did you get this? This is really
Yeah.
okay. And I will start on it that right now.
And I give 3 mason jars of candy to Gus.
Hey, thanks, Sticks.
Yeah, it seemed nice. I know you like candy.
Again, it's not all for me. Well, okay, but this jar's for me.
And I give 3 mason jars of candy to Porter.
Oh, that's cheers. I was just thinking I might want something sweet.
Yeah, I figured can eat it, can sell it. Either way, it's all good.
I quite appreciate that. Thanks so much.
Also, I totally quoted you the wrong amount because I have original design and also I'm a master printer.
I knew that when you told me you were reading off the page and thus giving me the wrong thing. That's the amount that I hand you.
All right. Anything else you guys do?
I think we're
I
ready
do
to
pre-flight
roll.
checks. So that's just
Ready
safe.
to rumble, if you will.
All right, you guys take off in the rumbling retail, leaving Mayo Ponto in your proverbial rearview mirror as you head towards Waypoint, correct?
Yeah.
Place.
The evidence that can exonerate you and have the bounties removed from your head and have Brimstone be held accountable aboard your newly refilled, heavily supplied transport helicopter made by Eloise that is carrying you northwestward back towards Waypoint, a place you haven't been in quite some time. It's about 5 days of travel, which goes again without much of a hitch, unless you guys are trying to like travel dangerously, like through the night or anything like that. You're able to like, find places to like land and set up camp. Like, you actually do pass over and kind of stay in parts of the Renona Valley. Not necessarily like right by your house, Gus, but like in the grand scheme of Waypoint, like relatively in your neighborhood. You've been to Tanner's Gulch once, and it's a few 100 miles that way, right? Like,
Oh, there's the ringers. Oh, they're in seed. Ooh, they're doing well this year.
And as you all travel over the Malachite Mountains towards Waypoint, you are about at most like 500 miles away from Waypoint. You're looking at something around the guess of like 6-ish hours before you'll be at Waypoint, and even less than that before you actually are able to see its lights on the horizon. As you fly over the Malachites, and I'm gonna go ahead and give each of you 2 grit to make this nice and simple.
How dare
Oh
you.
my
No.
god.
I
Listen,
don't
if you
like
build
this
a
part.
helicopter in Act 1, Tommy's got to break in Act 3.
Yeah. Wait, before you say anything else, can I did roll for my for my, like, can I tell you what I got?
Yeah, can you have finished it in 5 days?
I can't, but I can have rolled the number of successes that I needed potentially.
Okay. Yeah.
How many successes do I need for a
I'm assuming it's a class 4, so
it's
that's
class 3.
Oh,
a
really?
full leg, a full
A
advanced
full
percent?
leg is class 3, yeah. That's what it says. A hand and a foot is class 2.
I think you can have finished it in 5 days.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right,
Yeah.
because the Omni tool makes it 1.5 per roll, and then Master Crafter makes it a half, and then you can cut corners, and it's still excellent quality. So, like, you got
Yeah.
a leg on day 2.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
God.
Did you get 6 successes?
I did.
Yeah. Congratulations,
Okay.
you have made an advanced prosthetic leg.
I attach it. Okay, now we can crash.
Okay, cool. If there were some other things, since you actually had plenty of extra time, if you had more supplies, you could add a few mods to it, but we can deal with that off stream.
Off screen, that's fine.
Because I've given you all 2 grit. And the reason I've given you all 2 grit is, first, I do need to ask, does anyone have ready for anything the talent?
Yes.
I don't think it could.
Porter. Okay.
Hold on. That might not be true. Wait, is it ready for anything?
Yeah.
Ready for anything leads into Pinkerton. It is not in the initiative track.
But I do think I have.
I sort of remember you having it.
You have ready to go.
Because I have ready to go, finger on the trigger, forewarned. I really thought that I had it.
Because you have clear sight, right? Clear sight is
Yeah.
the prerequisite.
I have clear sight.
And you might have not gotten it, dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Shame.
you're flying, you are cresting over the Malachites, the main body of the Badlands stretching out before you as the sun is setting. And you think, you know what? We got 6 hours left. We could push through the night and make it to Waypoint easily. Before it is so dark that it actually is like a danger to be like flying. Also in these parts, Snallygaster's less likely, or Snallygaster's less likely.
Snallygaster's extremely unlikely.
Extremely unlikely Snallygasters up here.
At this altitude?
Yeah. I assume Eloise is at the wheel, as Eloise is the premier pilot of the group.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Eloise, things go bad.
Great.
Things go bad suddenly, without warning, as a ground-to-air missile hits
What the fuck?
the rumbling retail.
Hold y'all.
And the rumbling retail, all of you, I need to spend 2 grit
Mm.
to punch
That
it.
grit.
I gotta spend 2 grit to punch it. So all of you get a grit. And that will make it so that this ground to air missile does 37 damage.
No.
With a significant amount of piercing, but not in a way that it matters, because I know this is not an armored helicopter, so
No.
it'll split between your 5 armor and the rest of your hit points. Don't forget you have 5 toughness.
You only take 32 damage.
That is that's the hit points.
Plus the armor, 5.
So it has 32 hit points and 5 armor. So 37. So it's got 5 hit points left. Is that right?
If
Yeah.
your
because of the
armor
toughness.
is 5, then then your toughness is 5.
There's 5 hit points left.
It has 5 hit points
Hey,
left.
5 hit points is still in the air, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
There's
god.
probably not a follow-up missile.
No. Why would they
No
shoot again?
way. What are they gonna double down?
But one guy's just gonna fire his pistol, and then we'll fucking fall out of the sky.
We're gonna crash. I'm so glad for the safety features I put on this goddamn thing.
Eloise,
Morning.
because you were completely surprised and a giant chunk of your helicopter literally blows up from a ground to air missile flying through the twilight sky, smashing into the helicopter, blowing away the rumbling retail sign, breaking the pressurization of this cabin. It is bad. It is bad. The rotos are whirring, damaged, like maybe cracked and bent. It's going to be hard for you to control this thing. I do, because you are completely surprised. You're sitting there, the night sky is clear, and then all of a sudden just right before hits.
Oh my God.
And I need you to roll a piloting test to see if you can maintain control of this vehicle.
Hold on, I gotta count how many negatives I'm at. Give me a second.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm at a -5.
you got a -5. Cool. Hey, guess what?
No,
Make it another -5.
I disagree.
Oh my god.
Hey, take the grit.
I
Honestly,
will take the grit.
hey, this is just coming from me in the helicopter. If you bamboozle the person driving the helicopter to maintain control of the helicopter, that feels like a grit expenditure that affects everyone in the helicopter.
You bring up a very good point, and I do think I do have to concede with you. All of you get 5 grit from this.
Oh my gosh.
Which maxes out everyone but Dex, I believe.
How high up are we? Just real quick.
How high up?
Yeah.
You are at minimum 8,000 feet in the air.
Okay. Great. I flashback.
Oh my god.
Okay.
It's not a complicated or like earth-shattering flashback. We're loading up in Mayaponto. Are there parachutes in this thing?
Well, there are safety features, but I never got around to making the parachutes because of the whole punched peaks
Yeah.
thing.
No. How many machinery cubes do you need to make parachutes?
Just regular old parachutes.
Yeah.
For everybody, 2 cubes, 2 machinery cubes, or any cubes really. I could make it out of tech.
Here's 2 machinery cubes. Please make parachutes.
Okay, I make 6 parachutes.
We should have parachutes.
Okay. I make 6 parachutes. I put them under the seats, I guess.
Sure.
That's the whole flashback.
Okay. Yeah. I don't need to roll for that, right?
No. You spend those machinery cubes. There are basic parachutes in the helicopter.
Oh, I only need 1. I took fabrication and I make 4.
Okay, cool.
Take back a cube.
All these talents.
Eloise, I still need that pilot check from you at a -10.
Right. I will go it strong to
To
ignore
negate
the initial 5.
The initial 5.
damage. And then, so that's what, 3 grit? And then I will, it's awareness, I will make my own luck twice.
Okay.
Because the last thing I
Alright,
want to
alright.
do is misfire.
Misfire.
Why
Yeah.
wouldn't you want misfire?
I
The
just,
parachutes fucking fly out if you misfire.
all right. So I'm not, so my pilot is a 12, minus 5 is a 7. So 7s are good. Lucky 7s.
7 ain't bad.
Yeah.
Interesting. So there is one of my dice is like absolutely cocked with the 7 at like 85% facing. I'm so mad. Okay. So I'm gonna pick it up. Okay. It's an even number, so I get to reroll. Okay. If I got 3 hits instead of 2, is that a big difference?
Nope. You will be able to maintain control regardless.
Okay. Then I got 2 successes.
Okay. Cool.
And I've spent a lot of grit.
So the helicopter gets fucking beamed by a missile that comes from the mountains below. Eloise, you don't immediately lose control of this thing. But you are up in a clear night sky, flames and smoke trailing behind. The rest of you, whatever you're doing, you get thrown around as the helicopter is buffeted by the force of the thing. It moves laterally against the like trajectory of the rotors, which Eloise is able to like level out with a little bit of fishtailing. And now flames like are scattering. You feel, and you smell and more feel the presence of burning metal extremely close to you. This extreme hot heat attacking all of your senses, getting into your lungs, into your eyes, up your nose. The body of this helicopter is immediately filling with smoke, which is also being wafted out of the damaged hull of this thing.
I'm gonna try to bring it down as quick as I can, but I think those parachutes that Dex, maybe you should put them on. Can you just put on the parachutes?
Yeah, I think Dex was probably in the co-pilot seat and is attempting to help like Eloise land. Maybe not mechanically attempting to help, but narratively.
All right, so
we might have to jump.
Yeah, Porter definitely grabs 4 parachutes and like he's just collecting them to bring up to the front of the plane so that Eloise and Dex have theirs.
okay.
And he ends up with 2, and so he puts both of them on.
Wait, no, there's
only 4.
There's only 4. No.
There's only
She
4.
changed it. She changed it.
There's
Never
4.
mind.
Fucking Gus just free
No,
falls.
yeah.
Honestly, Gus,
It'll be
if y'all
fine.
look over,
Gus
y'all look
is
over.
fine, honestly.
Gus grabbed his talisman and is already hulking, and he's over here like, who'd like to jump? Who'd like super jump?
Just look at the ground. Go. You can just look at the ground and be there, right?
I mean, yeah, but like, I don't. Anybody else want to be on the ground? How far up are we?
You're about 8,000 feet up in the air, Eloise. I need you. Well, not now. Now you're significantly lower than that number. But moving extremely fast downward. Though not out of control. Eloise was able to retain control of the vehicle, so you guys are not crashing yet. Eloise, I do need you to roll a pilot test. The landing here is rough. You are in the mountains. You did not have time to scope out a safe landing pad. Your vehicle is very damaged. You have the threat of potentially more fire coming your way soon.
Okay, so if I roll, like, is it measured like I get closer to the ground, the more hits I get or something?
This is just to stick the landing without damaging the vehicle more or crashing.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
Yeah, Yeah. So
Okay.
I need one more test from you. It's at the same wound modifiers you already had. The terrain is particularly rough, so that's an additional -3. And you have night vision goggles, so I guess the night's not really, and it's a clear night. So between the night vision goggles and the clear night, I don't think there's really any negatives for it being nighttime. Just the fact that like you have to like emergency land in the mountains with an extremely damaged one
My God.
is kind of the gist of it. But just for good measure, let me go ahead and give you additional -4.
There's
What?
Which pushes you up to 11 grit.
Great.
There's no lights or anything we can see, like of where this stuff might have come from, is there?
No. The 2 grit I gave you was that you guys don't know where this missile came from. You just got hit by it, and then there's no immediate lights, at least at this moment. As you get lower to the ground, there's a potential, but at this moment,
Yeah, that's what I was like. As we were going down, I want to keep an eye out.
absolutely.
Okay, I spend a grit to make my own look.
So you are at whatever your wound
and I
modifiers are,
spend-
and then the -3 for the difficulty, and then I gave you an additional -4 with bamboozle.
Okay. Okay, and I go. I'm gonna go strong again.
Okay.
So that's a total of 4 grit I'm spending so far.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. I get a reroll. Okay. That's I spent another grit. That brings me up to okay. And that's okay. Fuck. It's one success. I don't think I can do anything else to make this work.
Okay.
I activate Sixth Sense.
Sure, you can roll that. So you get 1 success, which does mean you have lost control of this helicopter.
No.
So now every test that is made from anyone who is inside this helicopter is going to be at a -2. And luckily you got 1 success, so you didn't immediately plummet straight down. You didn't like lose control in a way that has led to an immediate crash. But this thing is potentially about to crash now. It has a -5 from wounds. It has a -3 for the difficulty of this landing in general, and now an additional -2 because you have lost control of it. You guys are full spinning down. One of the rotors actually just stops, and like it like on the back. And so the whole body of this thing is kind of losing control. Eloise, you might be able to get this under control, but you guys are plummeting extremely fast now. And if you were to basically not be able to regain control of this thing, you will crash. Gus, you were saying
want to bail?
Gus, you were saying you wanted to keep a lookout. So you'll be able to. I mean, if you guys are going to bail, it's actually going to be easier for you to look out when you're parachuting. So I'm not going to make you roll now.
Hey, we should probably go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Go.
Elle, come on.
You guys first. The others first. I'm gonna try to keep it under control as long as I can.
Yeah, you can see she's like fighting against the like control.
There's no need, Elle. Come on.
Just
We're going.
go. Yeah, I'm coming.
We don't trust you.
I'm not gonna crash. I mean, I'm gonna crash, but like, just send Tex and Porter first, Gus.
All right. I trust you. In spite of myself, I trust you, Porter says as he jumps out the door.
As I'm like shoving the like side hatch of the cockpit open, I look at Al. You do need to jump out well before you can see like the ground when you're gonna crash.
No.
Okay.
I know.
And I leave.
I know
just,
how
like,
physics works. I swear.
I kick out from the cockpit.
Elle, if you crash and die, I'm gonna be so mad. Gus jumps.
Do I have time to make one more check to see if I could like salvage literally anything of this thing before I let it crash to the ground?
You want to like try and grab stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's crates with supplies. I assumed you guys were able to grab like your immediate like gear, like not necessarily the raw materials that you had kind of loaded in, but like your weapons and armor and stuff like that. You guys have like handy enough that you can grab pretty easily, tonics and stuff like that. Stuff that would be like
Okay.
in your backpacks or med kit or whatever, like that. That's shit you guys have.
You let me know if this is something I can do.
Uh-huh.
If it's not, then I don't do it. I want to attach a parachute to the crate of supplies and push it out. And
Okay.
then I want to jump out and use quick fix to create.
Oh, wait. So you're like the parachute you already have, you were just going to
Yeah.
commit. And then when you're in the midair, you're going to make
Yeah.
another parachute. So Eloise, you run over. This thing's tumbling around. Go ahead. Let's just have you roll a gymnastics test for me.
Does this count as a defense test?
No, this is for you to like, you're like in the body of a helicopter that is spinning and tumbling down to the mountains. And so you're just trying, this is you, it's not a defense test. It's more like fatigue, really. You're going to get bonked potentially by this thing.
Right.
An orientation test.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, you can't use your shield basically is what I'm getting at.
I got 4 successes.
Okay, cool. You take 1 directed hit point damage.
Okay, that I accept.
As you tumble through this thing, you grab a machinery cube out of one of the crates, you seal it back up, and then you take your Omni tool and really quickly, like almost like Spider-Man web, the backpack. It's like a net shot of a bunch of rivets that rivet this parachute to the netted crates, and then you tumble over, smack your head against the wall as you pull the hatch, which brings the main landing down on the helicopter, and then you pull like the rip cord and all of the supplies fly out, and the parachute like deploys, and then you tumble out after the helicopter flying away from you as you free fall with this machinery cube. So you're going to be able to make this thing. I'm going to have you roll a machinery test to see how quickly you can make it and if it affects the safety of your fall. This is obviously extremely difficult. You are free falling. You have to keep the supplies nearby. I'm going to give you a -6 on this, but it's unopposed. Unopposed machinery check.
Fine. That's fine. So this is a machinery test. And I will say that I'm using my Omni tool and I have Master Crafter, which cuts the time. And I'm going to cut corners if I can.
Yeah, Master Crafter lets you cut corners without penalty.
Right. So this is a quarter of the time that it would take a normal person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's important.
Another reliability. It's 5 successes.
Okay. Yeah.
Wait, -6. Play to the gallery, and then it's 5 successes.
Okay.
It's actually an 1/8 of the time, technically.
So, Porter, you're out. Dex, you're out. Gus, you're out. You all are flying down. I'm going to go ahead and for the sake of this, I'm not going to have you roll an observe test to be able to see as there are vehicles kind of converging on the location of where, like the rough location, like, within the mountains, you see some headlights, way off in the distance, kind of heading towards the direction of this crash. Or where this crash is like kind of heading towards. You see as you all kind of hit your parachutes, you watch the helicopter like whiz by, a big waft of hot air pushing you apart from each other for a moment, as this thing tumbles down this kind of like increasing ball of flame down towards the mountainside. And then you see, like, as you kind of are able to kind of like pull on your parachutes and pull yourselves a little bit closer to each other, you see in a big net of rope a parachute's like struggling. It's falling faster than the rest of you, struggling to hold the crates of supplies that have been ejected from the helicopter. And then shortly after, you all see, like, you see this kind of thing coming down. You're looking around, it's the night sky, everything's crazy. You're kind of reorienting yourselves. You see some headlights in between the like terrain of the mountains below. You see the helicopter like barreling down to crash relatively nearby where you are, quickly heading, even with your parachutes. And you then see Eloise tumble past all three of you. And then a moment after she tumbles past you, a parachute opens up and she swerves to the side, and the rest of you are able to like kind of like catch up to her. And you see the helicopter slam into the ground, creating this like column of flame and smoke. And then a little bit to the north of that, you see the kind of blinking beacon that is your supplies that Eloise was able to save from the helicopter. And then not so far that you would think you have a lot of time when you hit the ground. You see at least 3 pairs of headlights coming through different paths from the mountains towards the direction that the supplies and the helicopter and the 4 of you are heading. That's where we're going to end tonight's session.
They just couldn't leave it alone. And once more, the mountains run red with brimstone blood.
They got like lucky the first time, and it only cost them basically all of their guys.
That was Black Star. That's not.
I said what I said. I got the evidence to prove it.
It's all the same. They're all either I'm throwing their shotgun into the next county or they're dead.
And we were 6 levels lower then.
All right. So obviously we started a little late, so we went a little late tonight to kind of compensate for that, because we started about 30 minutes late on account of all the OBS updates. But we do have some questions in the Discord. If you have questions you want to drop in the chat, it can be about the players, it can be about the system, it can be about the campaign, it can be about the session, it can be about anything. Drop it in the stream chat. We will answer it. But we're moving on to Q&A. We're going to rifle through these questions and then call it a nice good night. Thank you all for staying up extra late with us tonight. Okay. I'm going to start with the Discord ones, and then we'll move on to any that pop up in the stream chat. Argetlam asks in the Discord, let's build, this is another let's build. Like, how would you build this character in Manifest? Let's build Garrett from the Thief series of games. Notable traits: Stealth Master, carries a range of trick arrows that can be used variously to knock out people and as light sources, and can also stick climbing ropes onto walls for you. And since I took this long to get around to this, that's a different character. So let's play Garrett first. Obviously subtlety.
That's pretty easy, honestly. Like,
I built half this character. I built a character who has like a hand crossbow that's 1 power, but he's got an arrow for every occasion.
Water arrows to put out torches. Well, that's silly. That's silly, but also like I also see the one that's like a zip line and stuff. So it's like, okay, these are just I'll just take notes for the combat book for all the other arrows.
Honestly, it's Roy Hampton, but instead of Moxie, you probably like pick something else. Right?
Yeah, because
subtlety and vigilance are very good.
Well, you probably want sure hands if you're gonna also like
sure,
if you're
you
using
take sure hands instead of Moxie.
Yeah. That way you can do trick shots with your arrows.
Yeah.
Because if you have a bow and arrow and the trick shot talent, you can do called shots at no penalty.
Called shot, wick of this candle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you take subtlety, you can get all the stuff that makes you a super stealth ninja in subtlety. Sure hands, you don't really need it for all the combat stuff, but it does help you with a lot of the range skill stuff.
You do actually want a few talents in there, probably, like specifically like the projectile ones to like I guess technically you could shoot every torch in a room.
Yeah, if you do the shuriken jutsu, shoot all the torches. As far as trick arrows go, there's a ton already in the core book. A lot of that's one of the draws of of projectile weapons is that every time you shoot them, you can choose what type of arrow you're shooting. And there's just a wider array of types of projectile ammo versus firearm ammo. Firearms, you have to reload it with the certain ammo if you want, and there's just a smaller selection. So if you want to like do the thing where you have like a tool that you can just reach in and shoot at somebody, there's a lot of options for that in the projectile weapons. Like fighting a car, got it. Fighting a dude, got it. Fighting a dude in a car, blind him. Yeah. And I'm thinking vigilance also makes sense. You get the initiative stuff, and you also can get Pinkerton if he's good at like being a thief and finding things, right?
Yeah.
But that does beg the question of why would you be fighting just a car? If dude in a car was a second option.
No comment.
That's because
You
it's
played Shadowrun.
That's the Street Fighter bonus stage.
no. It's like when we fought in the first season, we fought basically like this really like crazy tank thing, and like we couldn't blind anybody in that.
Sure.
Yep.
No, that makes sense. I just want. It's just a little. It's just 1240.
Yeah. I got you.
Okay. Next up from Argitlam is let's build James Bond. It doesn't matter which one. Take your pick. Build a Bond.
Subtlety, Moxie, sure hands.
Honestly, I think the only
Hardiness?
differentiation that matters is I think Daniel Craig James Bond has hardiness instead of Moxie, and all the other ones have Moxie.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Like Daniel Craig James Bond still has a good personality, but he extremely clearly does not have the talents for it.
And
he's relying on raw charisma and being able to get the shit beat out of him.
Yeah, and then all the rest of them are definitely Moxie, subtlety, sure hands. It makes you want subtlety because you can have silenced weapons that have no death. You can have concealed weapons that have no detriment. You don't need to have know-how because honestly, you have Q who has know-how and is making all your stuff for you.
Daniel Craig might not have subtlety. He might have brawn instead of subtlety.
I was thinking
but he's out of shape in Skyfall.
Yeah, but he's still beating the shit out of everyone with his bare hands.
Yeah. I also think he definitely has hardiness because he gets like poisoned and like beat up.
Poisoned, shot,
like,
stabbed.
Half, like he crashes in a helicopter, I think, at one point. And just
the one with the bullwhip right on the balls.
And when he does, parkour.
What do you mean when he runs through walls?
Also, yes.
He's fully stabbed for like the entirety of the last action sequence in the latest one.
Also, he's a urchin deputy.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Urchin deputy for sure. Yeah, and then from there, I mean, you have Q, who's your tinkerer, your know-how tinkerer, who's just making all your cool gadgets for you.
You just ask someone for a thing and they hand it to you. You don't have to make it.
Next question from Argitlam is there a large subsurface source of fresh water? There are only 2 visible bodies of water near settled areas on the map. I have a comment for that. And it would take a lot of water to support the population of Manifest. If there isn't, what manner of water purification are we working with here? Note: Sci-Fi space future is a valid answer. So the note I have is there are only 2 visible bodies of water near settled areas on the map. Looking at the map that we released on Kickstarter, the map of the world, that would be true. There's Lake Jacobson and there's Lake Warner. But those lakes are almost oceanic inside. I mean, Lake Jacobson is oceanic inside, and Lake Warner is like Great Lakes style, like very, very big. There's tons of ponds and smaller like lakes scattered all throughout the garden. And even like some oasis and a couple like much like more like less extravagant bodies of water, even within the within the Badlands, and then all of the wastes is basically a swamp. Not all of it, but like all of the wastes is basically a swamp. All this is to say, those two bodies of water are excessively big and therefore show up on the map. But instead of first tasking our artists with creating ecologically accurate map of Manifest that shows every stream, every river, all of that stuff. We also wanted it to be for like a GM to be able to be like, yeah, you're in this part of the garden. There's a lake there. Don't worry about it. And part of that is part of the in canon like kind of like explanation for that is like maps are never like 100% accurate. They're always interpreted by like the person who made them and the intention behind them. So the world map of Manifest that we have shared shows the most important things, but like leaves out a lot.
Someone from the garden.
Yeah. So there's so many more settlements than show up on that map. Those are just the maps that map maker showed. For whatever reason, whether because they are important to the world or this map maker simply visited them or had a relative who visited them, right? And like also like you as a GM totally feel free to like make the distances a little longer, a little shorter, because again, maps are relatively interpretive, and for a large amount of human history, our ability to make accurate maps was not great, and even now our ability to make actual
just go watch the episode of The West Wing and you'll understand.
Where they flip the map upside down. Yeah, like even now the way in which like there's no good way to make a map that is on a two-dimensional flat surface. It's basically impossible, because you either make something that is almost like impossible to read because it's like in a bunch of weird segments and curves, or you make something like what is kind of the standard map that we see of the world, which makes North America look like it's the same size as Africa, which is so wrong.
Let's take a picture from space.
I mean, yeah.
But also canonically, like the majority of Lake Jacobson is like acidic or poisonous or whatever it is. But that's because the fur-bearing trout, woolly trout poison it with as they like get down there and they get rid of their fur, which is actually like Brillo pad toxic stuff, and because they do that, because they're a natural cleanser for the environment, all of the like upstream lakes and rivers and ponds and everything that they can, I guess not ponds, that they could get to, everything that they could get to is incredibly freshwater. So, and probably there is a freshwater spring down at the bottom of Lake Jacobson, but like there's so much poison between the top and wherever that spring would be that like it effectively isn't.
Basically, there's enough elements of Manifest that are caustic and toxic, as at least to human life, not necessarily the natural fauna, that much to the benefit of humanity. Luckily, all of the woolly trout does serve as a filter for most of the planet as they migrate from the northern hemisphere all the way down to Lake Jacobson, where they then shed their fur that has been absorbing all of the toxins. And Lake Warner is full on freshwater, and a lot of the lakes and rivers and ponds and creeks and so on, especially in the garden, are extremely fresh and extremely life-giving. That's why a majority of people did settle in the garden, because it was just full of that kind of like luscious life, whereas there's fewer rivers and creeks and very, very few like oasis and like maybe a couple lakes and ponds in the Badlands that are few and far between. And while the woolly trout are able to do their job there, they're just so wide, like there's so many larger stretches of arid dead land that it's just not it's not really a great place for people to settle.
And many of the settlements like in the Badlands and in the wastes have found freshwater source. For example, like Spring Mill, which is just a 3 days journey from Waypoint, is literally there because there is a freshwater spring that like comes out of a hill and runs downstream into a pond, and they've built a mill on it, and so it's called Spring Mill. And so like there are fresh water sources, but they are not they're not on the map. So you use your imagination.
Yeah, and you guys went to Spring Mill. You drank some of that water.
Oh yeah,
Good
that's
water.
where we
Sure did.
buried what's his face.
Caldwell.
I forgot
Right,
about that.
Right in the
I mean-
spring, right in the mill.
Ground them up in the dust.
Nutritious,
right.
nutritious.
That man's yeast now.
right, couple more
I
questions.
hated that.
Couple more questions
Uh.
in the Discord, and then I do see at least one in the stream chat that we're going to get to. So another question in the Discord from Argitlam. What kind of books are popular in Glenspire?
Farmer's Almanac.
I mean, yeah.
Wait, what kind of books?
What kind of
Mhm.
books are popular in Glenspire? This is one of those
One that they
questions
can
that I
fan
don't have
themselves
to.
with
I
by,
don't even
like,
have to try to answer.
While they're sitting on a porch. So it's like light, but it's long.
So there are not a lot of books on Manifest. Paper is hard to come by. And so while there are books, most of most like there's like a lot of dot matrix paper, and that's what we get at printouts for the LRC, but they hold the majority stake in the paper manufacturing, like as a conglomerate. So most books are actually appear on things that are similar to like Kindles or data pads. If you're talking about the content of the books, I don't know. I bet you romance novels are still there.
I was just gonna say, I bet it's all fucking romance novels.
I think
A Heart
romance
in the
novels.
Darkness.
I think that there's not a ton of sci-fi. I think that people are
my
living
neighbor has a
sci-fi.
laser gun, and he gets in his hover car to drive to the robot plant.
Yeah, the conceit
I
of
need to
sci-fi.
read about people who want to fuck.
The conceit of sci-fi is that they are asking you to accept that technology has either regressed or progressed from the actual reality to whatever reality you're consuming as entertainment. And they're already doing that. So there's not a ton of sci-fi because there's not a ton of stuff that's like out there, except for like, the whole like the moon is populated by moon monsters or something. But
Lots of moon. There's a subculture of moon-based sci-fi.
but I bet you there's a bunch of fantasy, because fantasy is the opposite, where it's this is a different reality, except the tenets of like this world, which are different from yours. And so I bet you there's a lot of sci-fi, or a lot of fantasy, and a lot of romance, and a lot of like Audubon's like Guide to the Wilderness and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Farmer's
Almanac, Guide to the Fearsome Critters of Manifest, like all these sort of novels that are like, hey, if you want to know what it's like on the other side of the wall without going on the other side of the wall, here is a definitely accurate write-up of everything that's on the other side of the wall, and my sources, because trust me, bro, trust me.
There's some sort of like an adventure, like Indiana Jones type shit.
Yeah, for sure. And novelizations of Light in the Darkness and other such nonsense.
100%.
Next up from Argitlam is, I know there is a specific talent for keeping people from retreating or passing by you in melee combat. Is there a talent for getting in a parting jab and then falling back with impunity?
Yeah, it's called hoping they don't have punish cowardice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Manifest's kind of movement is very narrative, and it doesn't work with like the D&D rules of like on your turn, like you're threatened to get like hit if like basically if there is a threat of you being like stymied by your enemies because like you're surrounded, then for you to move at all, the GM should require some kind of roll for you to be able to like push through or get away, right? If they have you cornered, then it's like, okay, well, roll athletics to see if you can shove by this guy and get to the other side of the room. And if you manage to pull that off, you do it. And then a lot of times, like many fights we'll see, like Gus will run up and punch a guy and that person will be like, I don't want to be here anymore. And they'll start running away from Gus and like shooting, or they'll punch Gus and run away. But now usually when they punch Gus, Gus just punches them back harder and they fall down. But before Gus had counter punch, they could like get a jab and then start running, right? Like there's nothing to stop you from doing that except for the situational elements that might make it hard for you.
Let's hope they don't have punished cowardice.
Yeah, and if they have punished cowardice, it will always be a problem.
Sorry, dog, you're fucked.
Boy, do not punch Gus. It is dangerous.
Yeah.
So dangerous. You're very likely to die.
Yeah, 100%.
Journey to the center of manifest. I see the stream chat. That's great.
Hell yeah.
Okay, cool. That's it for the Discord questions. Now I did see in the stream
Argalam's
chat
about the flares.
Argalam asked a thing about the flares.
Says,
Are there
flares or chaff available as a countermeasure? I feel like guided missiles would lead to this thing being a thing people put on their aircraft. No, and we're certainly not in the future working on a supplement for combat rules. So,
Yeah, or vehicular rules.
Yeah, probably we won't ever do that. So
yeah, currently no, but hey, there's always room for manifest to grow after the core book.
I think
Also, that kind of stuff you can, like, if you have that idea and you want to make it, you can ask your GM to work with you because the tinkering rules are flexible.
Mhm.
Sounds like an unorthodox specialty item or general to me.
Yeah. Okay, and then there was one other question from Dark Mirror, which is, what is your name? What is your quest? What is your favorite color? Well, obviously our names are all right here, so we got that.
Leave me off this bridge, dog.
You know
Ready
what?
to
You know
go.
what? You know what their quest is. They are attempting to make it back to Waypoint to clear their names. My quest is to make it as hard as humanly possible for them to do that. Of course, I live to serve the drama. What's everyone's character's favorite color? Go. Your character's
green,
favorite
baby.
color.
Green.
Porter likes that forest green.
We got green from Gus, green from Porter,
Like a dark red.
red from L.
We like gold.
Nice.
That checks out.
There we go. I can cheat Dark Mirror, and I do all the time.
This motherfucker over here cheating out his ass.
All right. And with that, we are done for tonight. So we are going to be back on March 15th, 8 p.m. Hopefully not 8:30 p.m. this time. Hopefully OBS won't require an update or else. So we'll see you all in a week's time. We're gonna see how our drifters work as they plummet down towards the Malachite Mountains with pursuers in pursuit.
That's the word.
That's it, I guess.
You did this to
Bye. We'll see you guys next week. We love you all so much. Thank you to everyone for watching. Thanks for the raid. I'm going to shout out the person who raided, even though they're probably long gone at this point because they probably were tired. Sea Fox Paints gave us a raid of 10 people during this. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Bye, 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 bye.
Goodbye.